For those of you who come with curiosities, with questions, heed the warning, you should beware. For those of you who come in search of fright and scares, fear not, for there are plenty to share. Now as the feeling trickles down your spine, and your heart begins to race and your mind resides, close your eyes, step forth, and embrace the chill, as the wind dies down and the air grows still. Now you find yourself at the gate, and you realize there's no escape. Once you've crossed the domain, you found yourself playing a creeper's game. Let yourself sink, the time is just right, for there's a lesson to learn in Ghoul School tonight. Welcome to Ghoul School, creepers. Welcome all.
So RJ, you got your diaper strapped on?
Excuse me?
Because it's gonna be a long fucking show.
Don't.
You can't leave. You can't go to the bathroom.
I can leave anytime I want.
No.
That's how this works.
No. We've had this, we talked about this last time. You can't just get up and shit whenever you want.
I am legally allowed to leave if this takes more than 15 minutes.
No, I got emails all about it. I've heard about it. They're like, "What is this? What is this about going to the bathroom on the air?"
I will go to the bathroom right here, right now, if you force me to.
Well, you can if you were, an adult. Support.
Well, what am I?
I don't know.
You'll have to clarify.
Hey, when did
ghoul?
when did Halloween turn into like this lifestyle of? I was thinking about this when I was a kid. I loved Halloween, but it was about like the day. It was about just Halloween night. You'd watch like a movie or three, and you'd be like, "Yeah, I did my part." That was spookifying. And here we are, RJ. We're in the thick of it.
Well, I mean, you're to blame mostly.
No.
So I wouldn't blame anyone other than you. So if you're questioning your own life choices, buddy, I've been trying to tell you that for days, years even, potentially.
So
years.
Back in 2012, when I started doing this 31 Days of Horror thing, that had nothing to do with Cinemonster or whatever people.
I hate that fucking guy.
You just hate him.
He sells
this is what
merch
this
of
is.
himself.
Yeah. This is year 9. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Fucko. I was doing it before then. 10 years. In 2011, I wasn't going super hard, but I watched a fair number of movies. But 2012 was when I really started keeping track. This is the 10th year anniversary of that shit.
Ooh, so you really made it count.
You mean I watched in 2012?
60?
62.
Chump numbers.
Do you know what I'm at
me
today as we record?
62?
Including short films.
Yeah.
There's some shorts.
Yeah.
55.
You're a bad dude. You're just an outright bad dude. 55? It's day 13?
55.
What are you going for, like 600 this month?
No, you know what? So last year was like the all-time banger or whatever. It was like 134.
Uh-huh.
I could go for it. I could try to beat that. I could.
You did 134 last year?
Yeah. Also
you're a
shorts.
bad dude.
And actually, I'm pretty sure that my 62 back in 2012 did not include shorts. I was only keeping track of the feature films, so it could be a little bit higher than that. But
I see. Well, that's definitely bad. But I mean, I do applaud your commitment. If we had only had the Creeptober moniker 10 years ago, maybe that would champion over Hooptober, which is the lesser of all of. I mean, I would take Spooktober or Shocktober over Hooptober.
Yeah.
You know why? Because Tobe Hooper's not very good. That's why.
Well, he made like one of the all-time best horror films ever, but
yeah, but that doesn't give him the entire month to himself. I don't think. I heard some guy, a friend of mine, he was talking to another guy, and he said something like, "I did a horror list this year," It's the cool new thing. Everybody's doing it. And I was like, bitch, Jared Duncan's been doing this for 15 years already.
Odd years. I reckon.
Yeah. I didn't actually say that derogatory term, though.
Well, let me just say here, RJ, that it was a pleasure not seeing your face for 2 weeks.
Ooh, let's make it 3. Signing off.
I can just turn the video off on you.
I mean, you could.
I can just hear you. Then I'll experience you just like our listeners do.
But that would frustrate you to no end because I would interrupt you all the time if you don't see me, and then you'd get grouchy.
Mm-hmm.
You'd say, "Hey, quit interrupting."
Shut up.
Shut up. So, anyways, you're a bad dude.
Yeah, I love you though, RJ. I love you.
Oh, allegedly. Yeah. So how do you want to do this then, Coachies? You got about 15 million to talk about. You do a couple, I'll do.
Yeah,
we'll do
a couple. Where are you at right now?
I don't know, like 22, perhaps.
That's better than some years though.
That's better than some. Yeah,
because you got what? You got the father-in-law, like something or other, the Thanksgiving, what have yous.
Yeah, we did a casual Thanksgiving just because, COVID. But there's a week where it's Andrew's birthday, her sister's birthday, and her dad's birthday all in a week. So it's
yes.
Thankfully they actually package it together, so it's just one day of the year. But it usually involves a few things, so it takes out some time. And we're still looking at houses, Jer. Still doing all that happy horse shit. So. I'm keeping pace. I always hit 31. I can always guarantee that. And I mean, what I'm at now, I will definitely go over. I'll probably end up at like 40.
Okay.
I'd say, which is pretty decent. Do you have any spookifying things in your neighborhood? Oh, you know what I saw on the west side?
What?
One of those 12-foot tall skeletons from Home Depot. Have you seen those?
No.
Oh, they're so cool, dude. There's an ongoing Twitter thing about people who buy those and then use them year round, because it's a 12-foot tall lawn skeleton, and you can't just only have it out for a month out of the year. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, you could use it for any time of the year.
Yeah, you put a Santa hat on it, you put some Easter bunny ears on it, whatever. But there's one on the west side here. If you ever want to see this thing, I looked into it because I wanted to get one. It's only like $380.
Oh,
that's it.
I've spent $380 on crazier things.
Yeah. Are you in the market for a giant skeleton?
I am not.
Not yet.
Not yet.
You might be now.
Yeah. No.
Anyways, I just thought I'd mention because it's spooky in fashion and in nature.
That's good. That is on topic.
Yeah. It's what people want to hear.
Absolutely. You got your Halloween costume lined up? I know you were making some tough decisions.
I haven't decided yet. Maybe if you tell me what you're gonna go as, it might influence me.
You could be Frank Black.
I could be Frank Black. Frank Black from Millennium, or
correct?
Frank
Black? Not Frank Black from Days of Our Lives.
Okay, wait. Solve a question I had because we haven't talked about Millennium yet. But is the character name in Hellraiser not also Frank Black, like the stepdad?
I know it's Frank.
It's Frank? For some reason, I thought it was Frank Black.
It's possible. Let's take a look. Frank.
Because when I saw it, I was like, oh, is this a subtle homage?
Frank Cotton.
Ah, damn. Good thing I didn't try to bust that out on a real episode. Someone would have got me.
They would have got you.
You know what I mean? Jared? He knows what I mean. What were we talking about?
Days of Our Lives. Sorry, yeah. John Black. See, it's John Black is the character's name. Maybe they're related. So, maybe it's in continuity.
Oh, is Frank the name of the guy who's already in the house? The guy who becomes like skinned, like not the dad.
That's Frank.
Yeah, that's Frank, and then the other guy last name is Black.
I think
John Black.
They're Larry.
Yeah.
So Frank Cotton and Larry Cotton, they're brothers.
Which one of them is Cardassian?
Ross.
Ross? Well, isn't that who's in that movie? What's his name? You remember your favorite Cardassian from DS9?
Oh.
What's his name? What's the Taylor's name again?
Garrick Yeah,
Yeah.
Andrew Robinson.
Yeah, he's in Hellraiser, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to watch Hellraiser or what?
I thought you were talking about David Schwimmer's.
David Schwimmer?
Schwimmer?
Schwim-
Schwami?
Schwimdog?
Swanson?
Samsonite.
That was way off.
Samsonite. Okay. People can. Yeah, I that was logical thinking. I feel fine about that.
You never watched, was it American Crime Story on O.J.
No.
Simpson? That was a good one.
Uh,
David Schwimmer is
oh,
Robert
no, yeah, I
Kardashian.
watched that.
Yeah.
He says juice every like 5 seconds.
Juice.
He's like, juice.
Yeah, folks, if you haven't checked that out, it's got some Travolta.
It's got some Travolta and some premium Schwim. So all the good stuff.
Cuba?
What was that thing that when it came out you were talking about how OJ was like, Cuba can't play me. His head's not big enough. Or was his head not big enough, or was it too big? I can't remember.
I don't recall.
It was one of those things. Someone told him in prison that Cuba was going to play him, and his comment was either that Cuba's head was too big or it wasn't big enough. I can't remember which one. It was one of the two. Good Halloween content. Ooh.
Excellent. Well, spooky.
Spooky indeed.
So I didn't know how to kick off this month.
How come?
I felt very directionless. I wasn't feeling it quite. So I was like, I'm just gonna look up some horror short films.
Sure.
So I did a little Google search. I said top horror shorts, and this page, this group on YouTube, this channel called Alter popped up. And a Groupon.
Oh, okay.
This channel called Alter. They ran and they had a bunch of different things, and I just picked on the first one that I was like, "What's this? Wet Willy."
That sounds like a Jarrett thing, though.
Well, it's got this evil little ginger boy featured on the poster. Mm-hmm. Directed by one Nick Stanich.
Who?
Nick Stanich.
That doesn't sound like a real person, but okay.
He's only made 2 shorts. This is the second one. Wet Willy is about a lonely kid making a mysterious new friend who helps him get revenge on a school bully.
Sounds like you know that guy who wrote Perks of Being a Wallflower? He wrote another book called Imaginary Friend or something. Sounds like that.
Okay. Well, this kid had a very violent wet willying done by a lumbering child who really went for it with that wet willy. It caused some damage. There's some bandages involved and some blood.
Because it went that far in.
It went that far in.
You ever been wet willied?
Not like that.
Oh wow. Like Mr. Fancy over here. Never lived on the wrong side of town. Never spent no time on the north side, huh?
I did, actually.
You should know.
It wasn't in vogue, I guess, at the time.
Okay. I see.
So
then what happens?
So anyways, this kid, he's a kind of a dingus, and he starts feeling sad, and everyone's like, psst, psst, psst. Oh, look, that's what happened to him. He got wet willy. And the kid's like, oh, I'm going to get revenge. And then this little ginger-haired kid starts appearing. And you're like, whoa, what's this about? What's this ghost kid? Is he's going to help? It's like, or is he some sort of demon?
What is he? Or is that the big reveal?
Well, there's no reveal. This stinks. At one point, the bully is antagonized into giving the bullied another wet willy, and when he does, his finger goes all the way through his ear, like right to the end, and then it like bites off his finger. Oh,
so he's got ear teeth?
Yeah, he's got ear teeth. It's like
It seems like a common horror thing is to just give stuff teeth. Remember that movie Teeth?
Yeah, I remember. You know about those dentatas? You gotta watch out.
I mean, I've never seen the film, but I know what it's about. So
yeah. Well, this one
scary stuff.
Yeah, this kid's finger gets bit off, and it turns out this kid's this big spaz kid. Maybe he's possessed by a demon. Who knows?
Oh, wow. What was the word you used?
What? Wet willy.
Oh, okay. So are you saying that this is a good show?
No.
Oh.
Once again, it's terrible.
Oh, okay. Well, you were giving it a lot of like careful consideration. It seemed like you cared about it.
It is only 4 minutes long.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
It's not. There's not a lot to lose track of, but yeah, there's some like shitty white eye effects, and the less said the better. It's like, what's the point of this?
Well, moving right along then. I
Teeth.
suppose.
Then I watched Teeth.
You watched the movie Teeth?
It's a short film called Teeth.
You actually watched something called Teeth?
I did, RJ.
Shit, I should pull your list up here. I better keep track of what you're doing.
So this is a animated little film that's 6 minutes long, directed by Tom Brown and Daniel Gray. This short film's got a tagline, RJ.
Yeah.
That which is neglected is lost. This is narrated by Withnail, Richard E. Grant.
Oh yeah, of course.
And it is a individual who is narrating their entire life and relationship with their teeth and their disdain for teeth. And it kind of just takes a look at this person over the course of their entire life, almost.
Where do you fit on this? Are you pro teeth or?
I like this. I mean, teeth are good. You need them.
Yeah, I meant teeth in general. I don't give a shit about the short.
Okay. Well, the short's good. So,
what's good about it though?
What is good about it?
Just a day in the life of teeth.
It's not about the teeth. The teeth don't have a say in the matter, you know.
Okay.
But there's some pretty cringy moments of, like, it's all animated too, so it's a lot of it relies on good sound design to like kind of evoke those like this precision of what you're seeing. There's just a scene involving like a kind of like a steak knife being drug across the bottom row of teeth, or is it the top row, and it's just and it's just,
I don't like that.
It's an impossibly long knife, and so the scene goes on longer than it probably should have. But it's like, it's even worse because you keep expecting something to happen.
I don't like that.
No, but yeah, this is like, it's in terms of a bit of a creep showy kind of vibe. Teeth is pretty good. I'd say it's worth a 6-minute viewing.
I mean, that sounds good. I might add it to my list to up my numbers. But I was gonna say, if you're into the creep show stuff, you should give the creep show TV show a watch. Or no, because it's non-loggable.
It's not loggable. It doesn't exist in my world.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
Sorry, creep show TV show.
Tough but fair. Okay.
And then I watched a horror adjacent short called The Black Hole, which apparently is very popular in film schools in America, because every single review I spied of it just kept on, I saw this 3 times in this one semester at film school. Like, they all just show this thing because it's super simple. And that's part of the problem. It's about a man working in an office, and he's working with the photocopier, and some weird little quick malfunction happens, and this sheet of paper gets pushed out, and it's got a big black circle on it. But of course, RJ, it's a all-encompassing black hole that swallows light itself, and when you place it onto a surface, you can reach your hand through it and through the other side wherever you're reaching into. So like if there was a table drawer, if you put this on the top, you'd be able to reach into the drawer without opening the drawer.
Is that I feel like
it's like Spot, the Spider-Man villain. The Spot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Spot. Spot was cool.
Yeah. So this is the Spot. And of course, immediately this guy turns to petty crime, like using it on the vending machine. He puts it onto the glass. He reaches in, grabs a candy bar. He's like, ha ha ha. And then immediately he's like, oh, there's the safe in this office. It's got money in it. I'm going to take it. So he goes over, takes a sheet of paper, tapes it on, and he starts just reaching in and grabbing all this money. He keeps pulling it out and pulling it out. But then, RJ, because this is only a few minutes long, the man, for some reason, foolishly crawls into the hole to get even more money out.
Oh, so he puts himself into the hole.
Mm-hmm. And then
That's never a good option.
The sheet of paper that was just taped on, it falls off.
Damn.
And he's trapped inside the safe.
He's trapped in the hole?
He's trapped. Well, he's not trapped in the hole. He's trapped in the safe. The hole is nearly a passageway.
It's kind of like it's a kind of hole, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's an opening.
Yeah. It's an opening. So, and is that just where it ends?
And that's where it ends. And you go,
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's whatever.
It sounds fine.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like that's it. That's where it went.
Do you think that in an alternative Jarrett universe, someone was putting that thing on the side of like a gas station stall, like bathroom stall door?
You mean like a glory hole, RJ?
I don't know what the name or definition is. I just know that some suspicious stuff happens in said places.
Glory holes. RJ,
Wow.
RJ loves them.
That's a Klingon thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glory.
Gowron. He's there for the glory.
The Gowron hole.
Yeah, the Gowron hole. I think it should be rebranded. Yeah.
So this I don't know. This started to put me a little bit into the mood, and how to kick off 31 Days of Horror with a feature film? Why, you watch Fear Street, 1994.
What compelled you to do that? Do you remember me talking about that film?
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
It was on Netflix. It was there.
Yes. It's easily consumable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
RJ.
That's what Netflix is for, is easily consumable, right?
Whew. The editing in this fucking movie is so bad. So bad.
Did you, after you watched it, did you recheck out my review?
I did.
Yeah, so do you know what I'm talking about? Like the music cues in this thing? It is so bad. It is so distracting that like the song changes 3 times in a minute and you're just like, that's too much. You're like, just stay with one thing. I don't know, what were your issues other than that? Because that was my biggest thing. I was like, this movie is just distracting.
So this was directed by is this her first feature film? Or is this her second? She directed something called Honeymoon. That's 88 minutes, so this is her second feature. Lee Janiak. The tagline is "Face the Evil," and the synopsis: in 1994, a group of teenagers discovers that the terrifying events which have haunted their town for generations are all connected, and that they may be the next targets. Huge.
I mean, I've been there. It's hard to dig yourself out of that hole, Jarrett.
Yeah, holes.
That's a great John Lithgow movie. Have you ever seen Holes?
Still not.
Oh, well, one day.
One day.
So what else did you see in there?
Well,
are you going to watch the other 2 Fear Streets?
No, God, no. I couldn't do it.
Okay.
I just no. This was enough craptacularness. There's nothing about this that's very 1994 at all.
No, not really. Just the music cues.
Yeah, music.
Or it's music from the 90s.
Music medleys.
Yeah, music medleys from the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this has a character who is feeling bitter about breaking up with her girlfriend, who has moved onto the good side of the tracks, and I think they call it like Sunnybrook, and they live in like Shadowdale or something like that. Something real on the nose. She's got a little brother who is on the internet and posting about things.
He's on the internet?
He is on the internet in 1994.
That's
huge. Big time.
That shows that he's smart if he was on the internet before the internet was the thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Big.
Tell me more.
So there's the usual high school kind of drama. The high schools are rivals against one another. Things escalate. People are driven off roads as they throw Gatorade out the window, out of a bus, driven by somebody. Someone's driving that bus, and no one cares what the kids are doing at the emergency door, causing mayhem. Car goes off the road. The girl who went to the other school, she sees Avovich.
The Vavitch?
Avovich.
Okay.
And so now she's cursed. and that means that all of the vicinity's past serial killer types who have also seen the Vivitch, they'll come back and are there to kill this girl. But they don't.
That's scary.
They don't know that. They don't know that. That all becomes revealed as time goes on. Believe me, folks, you're not missing out. Just the way it looks, the way it's edited, brutal. It's everything I hate about modern filmmaking.
Yes.
And then toward the end, it kind of settles into these weird homages to like Intruder, which I don't think you've seen, the grocery store slasher.
No, the grocery store reminded me of the one from Alien Raiders.
Yeah.
It seemed like everything in this the hospital too. It seemed like every set in this movie was just a set from a different movie. And I don't think it was like...
Pastiche, RJ. Pastiche.
I call it ass. That's what I call it. Just make your own things. You know?
Pastiche.
Ass. Tish.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have not seen that said film.
But you have seen Fear Street.
I have seen
Fear
Street, yeah.
Have you watched the subsequent installments?
I don't plan to.
Oh, sure. Interesting.
But I believe the second one is the 1774 or something like that. So
1970 something. Yeah, because that's the
is the third one?
The third one's the 1666.
That's very Vivitchian of it. No, I don't think I will. I feel a little bit bad for our boy R.L. Stine because I think they could have done him better, but I don't know. I guess those movies are just for teens, I think. Mm-hmm. Youths.
And then you get like the weird, awkward sex scene that's thrown in here. Just cause.
Yeah, that's how Netflix likes to do it. Mm-hmm. They just like to...
What do they think they are, HBO?
Well... few people can be HBO.
Well, I mean, HBO actually brings a little bit of the pounding. This is just like making out with your clothes off.
Sure. What?
That's Netflix style.
Yeah. It's going to be a pass on my end, friend.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
You know about this Fido?
Yeah, I've heard of Fido a lot. I've never watched it.
Me neither until this month.
Because it seemed like horror comedy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what this is.
I know you're a big fan.
It does star one of my favorite actors, Dylan Baker, you might remember from Happiness.
Also,
I remember. Kurt Connors, the Lizard.
Which one? I mean, what do you think he would have looked like if he was the Lizard?
They would just like just made him scaly.
Just. I think someone can do a fan edit of that if anyone's listening.
Yeah.
To this.
So
show me what he would look like as a lizard. Okay.
Show me what. And then I honestly didn't even register that was Carrie Ann Moss in this movie.
She's pretty she can like there's been other movies where like halfway through I was like, "Oh shit. It's Morpheus." I didn't even realize.
It's Morpheus.
You know? Hey, did you see that Lawrence Fishburne's not in the new Matrix film?
No,
they recast him?
Is he definitely not in it?
Well, no, there's just a young version of Morpheus in it.
I did see the trailer.
Yeah.
And I thought that didn't look very good.
Yeah, so it's going to be a time travel movie, hey? Is what I take it from that?
Or is it just a reboot?
Just ass?
Or a reconfiguration?
Yeah. I'm saying this because I did not watch the trailer, but there was an end. So anyways, Carrie Ann Moss, what's up with her?
She's in this movie with some kid. What's this kid's name? It's probably like the one person I've never heard of. Timmy Robinson. Do you think that sounds like a child?
It sounds like an imaginary all-American child.
Kesson Loader is the name of the actor.
Loader.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
That sounds real Canadian to me.
Kesson Loader.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kid's slamming some ketchup chips, I imagine.
So the movie doesn't really establish what year this is set in, but at some point there was a zombie war.
That's cool.
And then North America never got past the 1950s culturally, perhaps, but they have now adopted the zombie with shock collars as a slave race.
Furnishing as a slaves.
That's slaves. That's the slave class. So they can. So rich people can go to Zomcore, I believe it is, or something like that. Zomco.
Interesting.
And you can get yourself a zombie.
I mean, I've been interested in zombies.
You know Tim Blake Nelson? You know that guy? So he's in this. He's got a... he tells his story because he's got this, blonde bombshell zombie. And he keeps her around, why.
Oh.
Yeah. And he's like, I saw her. And as soon as she got killed, I made sure that they got the processing done so she looked as good as she did. Yeah.
No thanks.
Yeah. So he is a pervert in this.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's with this little kid. His dad is terrified of zombies, and his wife wants to, keep up with the Johnsons. Is that the expression?
Something like that.
So she gets a zombie. The zombie is played by Billy Connolly. You know that guy?
I know Billy Connolly.
No.
I heard he was made famous for his appearance in the Harry Potter films, and that's it. Nothing else.
Nothing else. Well, he's here as Fido. That's his zombie. And can he find redemption?
Wow. Can he? Don't leave me in suspense.
Can he? Then there's the guy who kind of is running Zomcore. He is a veteran of the zombie wars.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that's fun. This movie's fine.
Yeah,
it
sounds fine.
It's fine. It's just I had it on and I was watching it. It doesn't do anything too inventive or exciting. It's just kind of like, well, yeah, that's exactly what you expect. And it brings me back to the mid 2000s where everything was coming up zombies.
Everything was coming up zombie?
Everything. Yeah, you had Max Brooks. Not to be confused with Max Landis, but Max Brooks, son of Mel, who did his zombie survival guide. You had Shaun of the Dead, the Dawn of the Dead remake, all good things zombies. And you had the Walking Dead comics, every 28 days later. So this kind of felt like it was, hey, I think one person mentioned this in their review. It's like, it's like the last 5 minutes of Shaun of the Dead gags, and they just turned it into a feature-length film.
I mean, that sounds okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be into that. Maybe. Was this on Shudder?
It is on Shudder.
Okay.
It is adequate.
Yeah. That sounds about right, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all you can hope for. Well, RJ, that's 5 for me. What do you got?
What do I got? Fuck. I don't think I've watched anything this month. Jokes. Was that a good one, Jarrett?
Yeah. Tell me more.
Okay, so I've been starting each month with a movie that has creep in the title, which as you were saying, you didn't know where to start. Why not do something like that? Have something consistent.
Okay.
So I'm starting at every Creeptober with something with creep. So I started with Creep Tales. Jarrett, you ever heard of Creep Tales?
No, I have not actually. And so when you logged this, I was like, oh, because it says creep in it.
Yes, that is why I watched it.
Yep.
This was available on YouTube, and it is a anthology film, Jarrett. And I actually, so this one, it actually has a good what is it called again? The wraparound, or
yeah,
like whatever they cut back to. This one was kind of cool. It was ghouls who were watching the movie Creep Tales because they heard it was so creepy. So it's ghouls like skeletons and zombies and like fishmen and stuff having a good old fashioned movie night in one of their houses. And I thought that was sweet. I thought that's some 90s, late 80s, early 90s stuff that we don't get as much anymore. And I was like, nice. So the ghouls are watching this video. And then I tried to keep track with like numbering the shorts themselves. So here's the way it goes. As far as I can tell, there are 6 individual stories here. Number 1, I put a huge fat guy, an old woman, and a rape, misery, dead baby. And I can't totally remember what it was all about, but I know there was a huge fat guy. And I know that there is rape, misery style between the fat guy and the old woman. And then there's dead baby in there. Does that interest you at all, Jarrett? Potentially.
Does it ever?
Okay, here's another one for you. Number 2, murder purse.
That sounds like an inanimate killer object.
It is. Get this one too, Jarrett. Number 3, closet monster.
Is the monster a closet, or is there a monster in the closet?
Yes.
It can't be both.
Yes. It is a monster in the closet.
Okay, that's not the same.
Number 4, a party.
Like this podcast.
Like this podcast. Number 5, a wolfman.
Okay.
And then number 6, surprising Botan-like effects. So you know Rob Bottin?
Botine?
Botine? I like to call him Rob Bottin. You know. So there was, in this last one, there's like a guy I think it was like a guy and his mom, and he didn't want to leave the house or something, and then she turned into this like gelatinous blob thing, but the effects were actually pretty good, like the special like the makeups. I was like, whoa, shit. I was like, this is surprisingly good for the back end of this 90-minute YouTube movie I was watching. So that really impressed me.
Yeah.
On the whole, it's not much to talk about. I can't recommend Creep Tales to anyone, not really, but I'm glad I watched it for a few of those.
Okay.
How's that sound, Jer?
Not bad. I like the sound of this gelatinous poutine.
It was.
It sounds like gelatinous poutine. My favorite.
I think both of those are pretty good. Both of those. Yeah, I would. I'd say just look it up. The YouTube quality is not great, but just watch the last like 10 minutes to see that thing, because I thought it looked good. I was like, man, that's surprisingly good for this thing. And then Aliens, Jarrett. Aliens. I watched a movie called The McPherson Tape. Have you heard of this thing?
I have.
It is sold as before the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, I watched this last year, I think.
Oh, you watched this thing last year?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Did I know that? Fuck, I don't know that.
Pretty sure I might have mentioned it.
You probably did. I'm going to try to find... because I was going to say, there is a different found footage alien movie that I watched in a previous year that was a lot better. So this one, the thing that made me laugh in this one, it's like a family is having a birthday party for like their mom or something. There's 3 boys. One is like, 2 of the boys have families. One of them is like a workaholic type guy. The other one isn't as much of a workaholic, but he still takes things seriously, Jarrett. And then the third guy lives at home, and the other 2 brothers kind of rag him a lot. So they're there, and they're having what are they having? They're having dinner for their moms, and then they see a big flashing light, so they go out to investigate, and the guy who stays at home takes his camera and they record it. And the thing that made me just like kind of laugh out loud was when they get there and he zooms in on the spaceship, because it's obviously aliens, and he goes, "Holy shit, guys, I'm zoomed in. It's a spaceship." And I went, "Oh shit, he zoomed in, Jarrett."
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was really funny for some reason. I don't know. I was like, it's goofy language they're using here. Very goofy. So anyways, the rest of that is I don't know how to describe it. Found footage, cabin in the woods stuff, where it's just a bunch of people inside a house yelling at each other that something scary is happening.
And the idea is that it is using the conceit of the home video as the method of delivery.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's using the home video, but it yeah, and then it's kind of like, we found the tape after. And it's like, that kind of thing.
Of course.
And it was okay. It's not very good. I'd say I'm looking at my past years. I'm gonna try to find the other Alien found footage one because that one was really good actually. It's okay. There's not a whole lot to it. You see some of the grays. That's what us Alien fans call that type of alien,
No.
Jared. I know you don't really know about that.
I don't know if you saw that some musician, she was saying that we should stop using the word alien. I saw that.
I mean, sure, if that's what you want to do.
It's a little derogatory. It's a little dehumanizing and othering.
Maybe. Actually, I was gonna tell you when you were
Demi Lovato.
I mean, I know that name, but I don't know why she's famous.
Yeah. Demi Lovato thinks the term aliens is derogatory to extraterrestrials.
Huh.
So, just so you know, stop it.
Okay, but I mean, they're aliens. What was I gonna say? Because I'm shopping for houses now. Did you know that they changed the name of master bedroom to primary bedroom?
Oh dear.
Do you know why?
Because they're not fans of Master and Commander.
Well, that was what I assumed.
I could make some deductions though.
Yeah.
Oh, why?
About why? Yeah. So let's just we'll just say that. I'm trying to find this other Alien movie I watched. I can't remember. I'll try to find it after. But there's a different found footage Alien movie that is pretty good. I actually liked it quite a bit. But
yeah, I vaguely remember it, but it's got one of those completely forgettable titles, I think.
It's something really dumb.
And it wasn't Apollo 18?
No, it was definitely not. I think my problem is I don't think I watched it during Creeptober. I think that's the issue. I better go check out my Alien tag because I use my tags in a good and proper fashion.
Was it Skinwalker Ranch?
It was not Skinwalker Ranch. No. Okay, I'm in my Alien tags. Hopefully, I can find it in here.
The end of VHS 2's got a pretty nice sequence.
It does. That one's really good. Although, if you remember, I don't like that they go for the dog in that one, which I found unnecessary.
Oh man, we'll talk about something like that.
Unnecessary.
Maybe.
Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah. Tell me another movie.
Okay. The last one I got for you here, Jarrett, is The Day of the Beast.
Ah, yes.
Which
on Shudder.
It's on Shudder, and I fucked up real bad, Jarrett. I added this movie to my list because it was Joe Bob, but I forgot that it was a Joe Bob, and I just watched the normal one on Shudder, and I didn't watch the Joe Bob one.
That's fine.
I know, but I was kind of like, I do want to. Actually, a movie I already had in my list, Terror Train. That was just a Joe Bob last week, so I'll watch that one. But and it was already on my list, but no big deal. Anyways, I watched Day of the Beast, and this is some Catholic horror, my man. Catholic horror. I didn't know much about this, but it opens with the priest, and he finds a card of the devil, and he goes, yes, and he puts it in his wallet, like in the picture slot, and I was like, that's stupid. I was like, what is that? And then you're introduced to this old priest man who's just going around committing crimes, and then he buddy cops it with this heavy metal fat guy who has like long hair and is just into metal, and the priest is like, I need to meet Satan, and this guy's like, that sounds awesome. He's like, let's do this, let's go party. So they go around, they're trying to contact the devil because the priest thinks that the Antichrist is going to be born, and he's figured out the timeless equation that has said it's going to be this day. Along the way, they meet up with occultist, but televangelist occultist version. This guy who has like a spooky show that talks about the cults and things like that. And he's all show, but then when they introduce him to the stuff, he actually kind of catches on to it. And then they go out looking for the devil together, and I thought it was kind of beautiful, Jarrett, because this is a Christmas movie.
It is,
and they're kind of like the three wise men. That's you know what I mean, Jarrett?
And you haven't mentioned how '90s shiny this movie kind of is, or glossy and slick. This
needs that '90s sweat take.
Maybe not '90s sweat. That's very American, which this movie is not. But it has like this very smooth '90s, like the top of the independent kind of editing and shot. Like the way that it's been a while since I watched this, and I was watching probably a VHS rip of it. And I remember being like, this is like a really cool movie. It's not at all what I expected. I don't remember too much about it, but when you start describing it, I went, oh yeah, that's what that movie's all about.
Yeah. It's good, man. I liked it. I didn't it's like I said, I didn't really know what it was about. When I added it to my list, I probably heard that it was like Catholic horror, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm always good for one of those. But I was real surprised by it because I turned it on and I was like, ooh, shit. I was like, this is good. I was like, I like this. But yeah, I was surprised by it. It's good. It's shot nice. It looks really good. The one thing that throws me off is it's described a lot as a horror comedy, and I don't really see that. Like, there's a couple comedic things, but I thought this was going to be like a flat out comedy, which I'm glad it wasn't. But I was kind of like, I don't really get this horror comedy tag that this movie's been given. It's got some jokes, but not that many. So I don't know. But I liked it. It was good. I wish I had watched the Joe Bob.
Aww.
I wish.
So does he.
I could have learned more. I'll get him on Terror Train. I guess that'll have to do. But, yeah. You know, Jer? Yeah. So anyways, that's Day of the Beast. I thought it was good, man. Oh, there's a scene that this movie has full body burns, which I know you like. And
we all like.
There's like burning homeless men, which I know you're also a fan of.
Huge fan.
So, you know, that's one of the things that happens. There's a rival gang going around just burning homeless people alive. And I went, shit, that sucks.
Not good.
There is a scene though that like, there's a lady and a guy and they're watching TV, and then it cuts to the TV, and then it cuts back to this old lady and the guy, and it's just a full on shot of his balls. Mm-hmm. Like he's completely like he's Pooh Bearing it shirt, but nothing underneath. Yeah. And it's like a pretty close up shot of this old man's genitals, and then it zooms out again and it's them watching TV as if nothing happened. And I was watching that and I went, am I the only one seeing this? Or is this...
We might have been.
I think I might have been, man.
No.
Yeah. I found the name of that movie. Alien Abduction Incident in Lake County.
That's it.
So I gave this a 3, which doesn't sound great, but I remember thinking this movie was pretty good. And oh my goodness, Jarrett, wouldn't you know, it's from the same director as the McPherson tape.
Wow.
But it was... 9 years later, so I think he refined his skills a little bit.
Right.
So anyways, that one, it's not bad. I liked that one.
Part of the thing with McPherson tape is there's this tale that it convinced people who should have known better that it was real. Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I think in McPherson tape, you hit the point where you're like, when you see the aliens, you're like, this is kind of goofy.
Yeah.
But the alien abduction incident in Lake County, I think they conceal it a lot more, where it's kind of like Jaws style. And then when you do see stuff, it's executed better. It's not just like little dudes with little gray sweaters walking around.
Oh.
You know?
What happens in Jaws? I can't remember.
There's a little dude in a little gray sweater, and he's walking around.
Oh, okay. What's the movie Jaws about, though?
It's about the food industry and how we have an insatiable addiction to consumption.
I see.
Yeah, and it's got a lot of dudes in little gray sweaters.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're eating so much.
Okay.
So anyways, that's probably good for me for a bit. What do you got?
You ever hear about Blood Machines?
I know Death Machine.
Well, this is Blood Machines, directed by some Euro dudes, Rafael Hernandez and Savitri Jolie Gonfard.
Could you say that one name again?
Savitri Jolie Gonfard. Okay. This is from France.
Okay.
This is like a heavy metal hurlant magazine comic come to life with meager means to do so. This is like out of the playbook of Astron 6. So it's like going for broke, trying to be like Euro as fuck and sci-fi, which means the objectification of women. Of course it does.
Does it also have some gratuitous animal violence?
Not here, not in this movie.
Good.
I don't recall. No, there's definitely pretty thin woman floating around naked, but she's got like a crucifixion glowing logo, like she's from the band Justice. Anyway, so there's no point of even talking about the plot. Let's see here. The tag It has a tagline. It's only 50 minutes long. It's 3 parts on Shudder. The Cosmic Opera. An artificial intelligence escapes her spaceship to turn into a female ghost and challenges 2 Blade Runners to a galactic chase.
All sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue is. Sounds good.
Yeah, there's some glowing genital bits. Are you into lady? Are you into glowing lady genital bits?
What's the glow? Is it like green?
It's just
red,
it's an
blue?
absence, so you don't feel too pervy about it.
Oh.
But it's like still like what's going on here, folks?
Yeah, I mean, glowing genitals looks like, I feel like it's someone who really liked Mandy but didn't really know how to try to make that their own.
This is very much in the vein of a Mandy, of a Panos. This is Panos-esque.
Panos Kazmariot.
Oh.
That guy.
Your bestie.
Do you have a tag for a Mandy-esque film, or is it just Mandy-esque? Because there's a lot of Mandy.
Because when you say Mandy, I just think of Mandy Moore.
Yeah, she's in stuff.
I'd have to think about it. There is definitely something about like art house trash, I guess, as you might call it. Well, there's another piece of that. Lots of like geometry. It's like y'all like triangles, huh?
I do like triangles.
Well, I got another movie for you coming up here.
Okay, interesting.
Blood Machines is a mess. There's parts of it I'm like, I really want to like it more than I can, because it's just like you don't care what's going on. It seems pretty, but your mileage may vary on that front.
Mm-hmm.
That
is what it is.
Follow that up with another short film via Alter, I think, called Timothy from 2013, directed by one Mark Martinez. Simon is a little boy that has to deal with his babysitter, Sonia, a total nuisance. But that same night, Simon will receive an unexpected visitor, Timothy, the main character of Simon's favorite show, a visit he will never forget.
Sounds made up.
Simon's watching his kids' cartoon. What's got Timothy, who's like it's like a Barney rabbit. And then the babysitter turns it off, and the kid's all mad. And then he goes upstairs, but then Timothy appears at the door, and he's a maniac killer, and he violently bashes in the head of the babysitter. And
they're just trying to do their job.
Well, the director seems to enjoy that quite a bit. Just really smashing that young woman's head in. And you're like, curious. What's up with that? And then, of course, the police come. And they're, oh, my God, what happened here? But then this little kid is seeing Timothy, and Timothy's not really there. So you're like, oh, it was the kid. It was the kid. And you're like, oh, Timothy. God damn it. This shit.
They bait and switched you.
Well, it's just like this is what you do with your short film. This is going to be your calling card, and it's just crap.
Tell me how you really feel.
It's crap.
Tell me about
look at
a different short film.
Then he made another. He apparently made a film in 2017 called Framed, and it also is like a blue, pink, purple.
Ugh.
Poster, like everything is.
I'm going to say it for everyone. No, thank you.
The tagline of this one was "Madness Goes Live Streaming." A group of young people is attacked by 3 individuals. Cruel games and tortures will be broadcast in live streaming.
It's a live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds bad, Jarrett.
Yeah, so these were stinking it. And then on my YouTube, for like a recommendation, it had this short film called Other Side of the Box. And I was
trusted a YouTube rec?
Wow, it just popped up, and I was captivated by the thumbnail image of a like Neil Hamburger looking man poking out of a box. And I was like, well, there's a few things in my life that I like. I like holes and I like boxes, and this seems to have both going
like
for
what?
it.
Sorry,
holes and boxes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I had to look up who Neil Hamburger is, but that guy does look like Neil Hamburger.
He does. I can't remember his Christian name, but
Craig Turkington.
yeah, Turkington. There we go. From At the Cinema.
I wish this guy was in more movies.
Yeah, he's an Ant-Man.
You okay?
Yeah, you check that out.
Yeah.
So, so I checked out Other Side of the Box, and it opens up with just like some crummy, I don't know, probably Los Angeles-based actors who are making dinner, and they're all like saying all this corn dog dialogue about like, oh, don't get me wet. We're so flirting with one another. We bone. Yeah. And I was like, oh God, what is this crap? And then there's a knock at the door, and they're like, who is it? And they look, they're like, oh God, it's, I don't know, Gerald or something like that. And then you're like, what's going on? What's this Gerald guy? And he's got a box. And I went, ooh, there's a box. And we all know there's some guy that's going to be in that box. That's what I'm here for. So the guy goes to the door, and obviously these 2 men have a relationship of some kind, a friendship that seems to have fallen apart. And the man seems like very upset, and he's like, oh, where's Janice, or whatever her name is. He's like, oh, she's not here. And he's like, why is he lying about this? So clearly there's some tension. Perhaps this guy stole this guy's girlfriend, and he's disappeared for a while. It's been intense, and he's like, I just gotta leave this box here for you. I'm sorry. And then he gets up and leaves, and you're like, oh, okay, cool, let's get to the guy in the box. Yeah. So what you do when a friend that you've betrayed leaves you a box is you check it out. You open her up, and inside is an all-encompassing darkness. And I go, didn't I just watch The Black Hole just like 2 days ago? Kind of the same ballpark. And you're like, and there's like a little note that accompanies it. It's like, don't look away. And as soon as this guy like he drops a pencil into the hole. And it just disappears. And he's kind of afraid to actually like put his hand into the darkness. And he turns around and he looks back, and there's a little man poking his head out. There's just a guy. He's damp. And he just stares. He just stares. The guy's like, what the fuck is going on here? The guy's girlfriend shows up, and he's like, what did he want? And then she's like, whoa, there's a box with a guy coming out of it, even though the box is on a table and there's nowhere for this guy to be coming out from. And so they keep staring at this guy, at this individual, this being, and apparently it can parrot what you say or use your voice, and it just stares, and it just pokes its little head above. Then they turn around, and neither of them look at it for a second. They come back, and now there's hands at the lip of the box. And it's like, what the fuck's going on? Try to make some phone calls, and they can't get a hold of him. They leave a message like, I don't know what the fuck this is. And so they're like, well, I gotta go find him. I gotta go see what this is about. So you stay here, honey. I'm gonna go for a car ride, and you just don't not look at him.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the box.
Yeah. So he leaves, and he's driving along, and then he gets a phone call from his friend that he was going to go visit, and he's like, "I'm sorry for what I've done." It's like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, "Where are you right now? You're driving. I told you not to take your eyes off of it." It's like, "Well, no, she's taking a look at it." It's like, "No, you." And he's like, "Oh, damn." So he has to turn back around, and of course the house is in a state. Light switches have been torn out of the wall, and there's dampness on the floor. It's like, oh, someone got out of a bathtub and didn't dry off, and they just walked through the whole place on this hardwood floors. And of course he starts calling for his girlfriend. Can't find her, and then there's some stairs, and you're like, oh dear, he's gonna go down those stairs, isn't he? And he calls down, and then he hears her voice, and he's like, "Ah, cool, that's where she must be." I haven't learned any information up to this point. And he goes down the stairs, and more light switches have been torn out. And then he sees... Does he see the box?
No, he doesn't see the box.
He sees a bathtub?
He sees the tub.
Yeah.
And there's no one in there. And then what happens afterwards is if he does see the box, I think it's turned over.
Yes.
The box is irrelevant now.
The box is irrelevant now, folks. And then it comes to its conclusion, and this is all the check boxes for Jarrett here, because it's there's nothing I love more than holes, boxes, and European body types.
What about damp European body types?
Wow, it's hard to say because some of them are shadowy.
That's true, actually. Yeah. But there's definitely one dank one.
There's something. So maybe I've given away too much about this here short film, but I'm a big fan. Flaws and all of this short. This is what Creeptober is all about.
Yes, this is definitely what Creeptober is all about. I saw you give this a big fat 4 stars, and I went, interesting. Let me see what's going on here. And I watched this, Jared, late. It was lights were out. Andrew was asleep. I was by myself, and I'm not gonna lie to you. Gave me the spooks a little bit. I went, whoa! I went, this is kind of spooky.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, I don't get spooked very often. But I watched it and I went, that was good. I was like, that was good. I even I passed it along to the Ghouls because I was like, we got a live one here, boys. Said it's like a 5-minute investment, and it's actually pretty good.
I've yet to see a Ghoul log this, so
I know it's on one of the Ghouls, one of the Ghouls watch lists.
Okay, well they haven't watched it though.
Eventually, I also found
couple of turkeys.
I found out one of the other Ghouls has made a horrible confession and said he has not listened to a Ghoul School ever, and I went, but actually not true, because he always does the May episodes, which are essentially just Ghoul Schools,
right? Just
repackaged.
So I can say whatever I want about whoever that is.
About expletive deleted.
Right.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, it's good stuff. I liked it too. I watched it and I went, ooh, spooky. I can't wait until the Blumhouse remake that makes it 90 minutes long and completely takes all of the joy out of it.
Some things should just be short.
Yes, some things should just be short. This is the perfect amount of time. Doesn't need anything more. Nice, to the point.
Exactly.
What else you got over there?
I watched one of these Vinegar Syndrome American regional films. So there's a box set that came out with Winter Beast. I can't remember what the other one is right now. Oh, Beyond the Dream Store or something like that. And Fatal Exam, which kind of looked like a cool, school-based slasher from Jack Snyder.
Jack Snyder? Is that a real person?
That's a real person. This came out in 1990, and Jack Snyder has only really directed what looks like straight-to-video kind of nonsense over the last 30 years. Who even knows it's the same person? Maybe they worked in television. Synopsis here is: a group of parapsychology students, as part of their final project, head to a secluded house where a man murdered his entire family. Soon, they discover the dark and terrible secrets that lie within. And that dark and terrible secret, RJ, is the runtime of this slasher thing is 112 minutes.
Think about what else you could have been doing
Oh man!
while you watched Fatal Exam.
Yeah, at this point I don't know what this was about. Things happen. I think the first entire hour is pure setup, and then they walk around, and then maybe there's a suggestion of haunted house activity, and then like maybe a ghost possessed thing shows up and starts killing them. It's not very good. It's not very good at all.
So you're telling me there's a shot,
and way too fucking long. Way too long.
I'm gonna add it to my list right now. Check mark.
Sign me up.
Sounds good.
I'll give you one more here.
Okay.
I saw this poster pop up, and I saw a few people on the old letterbox give this 4 stars. But some of these reviewers are the people who like to 4-star things that maybe don't belong in the 4-star club. But you never know. It's got a cool, graphical poster of blacks and reds, and it looks like a horse-headed individual. Could be neat. It's called Carrion from 2020, directed
Sounds
by
cool.
one Michael Zyko Hall. The past is coming back to haunt her. A young woman shows up on her cousin's doorstep after a 10-year absence. As dark events from the past resurface, someone in the woods follows their every move. Sounds intriguing, right? It could be a decent.
Sure.
It's a blank canvas of a concept. So this movie opts to be obtuse, obscure, and it feels like a bad David Lynch fan film, but not even precisely that. There's just scenes though that I'm like, someone just watched Twin Peaks: The Return, and they think having a guy talk in this stylized way with sideburns is enough be cool. And let me tell you, it ain't.
How's that different from what we do with this podcast? We both have stylized sideburns, and we both talk in a certain manner. Well, I can see you got some pretty bushy sideburns over there, big dog.
I got.
You're letting those puppies grow.
It's all attached though.
Well, I said shave those sideburns.
I see. The most recent review for this is from a person who says more like Crappian.
That should have been you. That could have been you.
Could have been me.
How'd you fuck that up?
Well, for all their hard work, they got one like out of it. So
damn,
who even knows?
Damn, it's always the good ones who get no credit, you know.
Another 2-star review, like my review or my star rating for this, is any movie that makes me ask how much incest in a movie is too much is not the kind of movie I really want to be watching. It's like there was, I don't know, I don't even know what was going on half the time in this fucking thing.
It sounds like maybe that's them projecting.
It reminded me of a movie that I actually do like called Toad Road, which I think actually has a point, and subject matter has far more going for it than this. This just seemed like needlessly confused, and thinking that'll be enough. Long dialogues and monologues in the woods that just don't feel like they're adding up toward anything. But some people might be into that kind of thing too.
Like, were you into it?
No.
Sounds like it. Sounds like you're a big fan of this thing.
That was not my intent.
Oh, it sounded like you really liked it.
Loved it.
This guy loves Carrion.
Mm-hmm.
Loves it.
He loves Carrion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Especially by the side of the road.
Oh, Jared.
RJ. So what have you been watching?
You ever heard of Woofin?
I have.
Woofin.
From the author of Communion.
Okay. I was wondering. I was like, why did I watch this thing? Or I was like, when did this pop up on my radar? But maybe it was the Communion connection. Could have been Albert Finney. It could have been Edward James Olmos.
It could have been any of those things.
Or Thomas Noonan. Do you know Tom Noonan, Jared?
I do.
It's pretty good in this. So this is a modern telling of a indigenous folklore horror story.
Okay.
They use the term, and I'm going to be doing air quotes here. They use the term Indians a lot in this thing, a lot. But it's actually it's got a really cool setup. So it takes place in 70s New York, Jarrett, which I know you're a fan of. I know this came out in 81, but it was probably filmed like in 79, or to someone like me, it seemed like the 70s. And it's in urban landscape, but also like the dilapidated parts of town where all the buildings are run down. And there's a group of First Nations guys who work on construction crews, and then there's a bunch of kind of savage animal slayings happening throughout the city. So there's a bunch of not animals being slain, but a bunch of human people bodies get found. And then the coroner keeps telling Albert Finney, the detective, says no person could have done this. These are animal attacks. So it makes them kind of cross paths where they find out the story, their tribal legend of Wolfen, and it's like a skinwalker, actually. You know,
from a ranch.
Just like from a ranch, buddy. Just like from a ranch. So it's a skinwalker. And so Albert Finney's a detective trying to find the guy. Edward James Olmos is naked for a extended period of this movie. He's running around naked as well. And I went, whoa, that dude's balls are out. And then Tom Noonan comes in as an animal rights activist. And I thought that was pretty neat. So this actually has as hard as it is to watch, I actually kind of liked the message of this, because this has a big campaign against the anti-wolf cullings that happened. I don't know if you're familiar with this, throughout the states where they just decimated wolf populations because they didn't want them. Do you know about that?
I know that human populations do calls against whatever offending creature comes along. Recently, sounds like Creepsville might be going to war against the wild pigs.
Or are boars invading Creepsville?
North of us, they are. Yes.
Fucking bring them on. That sounds awesome.
What? Kill them?
Sounds awesome.
Kill the boars.
No. Oh, I thought they were wild, running rampant. That sounded awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. Don't do full calls. So. What happened, Jared?
Well, humans are unable to keep up with the intelligence of the wild boar.
Hey, boars know how to do a lot of things we don't.
No.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Like spread E. coli.
Well, we have E. coli too in our guts.
It's where it belongs.
Yeah, but
on the inside, not the outside.
It's like all that lettuce that gets recalled. It's because those guys working in the fields aren't allowed to go to the bathroom, so they just have to do it right in their fucking pants, and then it gets on the lettuce, and the people eat it, get E. coli poisoning. You look it up. There was a news article on this once. They weren't allowed to go to the bathroom. They had to go in their pants. And it got on the lettuce. And then they sold the lettuce at grocery stores.
This sounds like exactly things going according to plan for Jeff Bezos.
I know. This is why we got to start that commune where we grow our own lettuce, and we know whose fecal material has been covered.
What's that movie called again? The upstream color.
Oh God, with the connection to the pig fetuses.
Yeah.
That's the same
is
thing.
That what you're calling for?
I mean, maybe. But anyways, Wolfen. So what happened in the States and in Alberta was that
is Wolfen related to Walden?
I mean, in the platonic sense.
Okay.
So in real life, Jared, they had these helicopter crews that were going around sniping wolves, and that was the solution to the wolf problem. But some people can do their homework out there, and I would get you to watch the video when they reintroduced wolves to Yellowstone Park that was dying. And then, Jared, would you believe this? True story. The park was rehabilitated, brought fresh life to the park. So wolves are important. Just so you know, buddy. Mm-hmm. Wolves are important. Mm-hmm. So anyways, that's that's what this movie's about. It's about wolves, and Tom Noonan is there, and he's sticking up for the animals, and I thought that was nice. You do see a lot of wolves actually dying, and I was like, ugh, I don't want to see that. But it happened in real life, and it was atrocious. So, anyways, want to hear about Popcorn?
Sure.
So, have you seen Popcorn? I take it.
I saw it probably 15 years ago on a full frame DVD.
Yeah. Okay. That I watched it on YouTube. Not the best quality, but it got the job done. And I described it as a Phantom of the Opera based 90s ode to 50s sci-fi. So we have a movie theater doing like 50 sci-fi movie marathon where it's
on
like
an island.
What?
Is it like on an island or like a resort? Because there's a lot of like Hawaiian shirts and shorts.
No, it's just the themes of the movie. So it's all 50 sci-fi movies. So one of them is called like Mosquito, and they have like a giant mosquito fly by. One of them is called like Fart Ass or something, and they have like Stinko Vision coming out of the walls, or they like stink bomb everyone. So it's like all these movies that are different themed, and there's like people are dressed up.
Okay.
If it was on an island, I did not notice. So it's possible.
In my memory, it seems like there's like a trip that's taken.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely possible. It could have happened, but I think it was almost entirely just takes place in this movie theater. So they're kind of like doing a send-off to 50 sci-fi. And then what you find is there is a phantom in the theater, Jarrett, and he's stealing people's skin. He's going around. He's actually walking around in their skin, Jarrett.
Whoa.
And
in a theater of ranches.
There was ranch dressing in that theater, so this is another Skinwalker Ranch picture. So it's all the movie staff, and then some of the movie staff start getting killed throughout the night, and then you find your friend Toby, who is Toby, an interesting fellow. But yeah, there's some skinwalking in this. There's some face swapping, which is pretty cool. This is not a bad movie. I wish there was a better print of it. Like
there is a
Arrow?
Synapse Films put this out on Blu-ray a little while ago. I think it's like $40 though. That's why I have not bought it. Aha! So Popcorn was filmed entirely in Kingston, Jamaica.
Oh. Okay, so yeah, you're right.
There's something about like why does this movie look like this? Like this doesn't make any sense. Yeah. This does not seem like a normal like a Midwest town that you would expect Popcorn to be. And it's like, no, the slasher, it's set in or was filmed in Jamaica.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's cool. It shows you that I pay attention, but I had no idea.
There you go.
That's cool. It does have a distinct look. I thought it was just like they were going for that 50s thing, but that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Popcorn's
a 50s thing. Jamaican island thing. That the American 50s were famed for. I know they're into tiki shit.
They're into some tiki stuff. You know what though, Jarrett? Have you ever heard this one? Jamaican Me Crazy, man.
You know what I think of that? I think that sounds freaky.
Ooh. Yeah, so Popcorn's pretty good. Freaky is a big pile of shit.
Oh man. So are you saying who's this guy that directs these movies again?
This one is directed by Christopher Landon.
Yeah.
Who did Happy Death Days.
Yeah.
And one of the Paranormal Activities.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to bump this down half a star because this movie sucked ass.
Wow. So even less than 2.
Yeah, it's not good. Okay, so
it's got your hero.
Vince Vaughn. I like who he works with now, apart from this guy. I like his trips into Zollerland, but so this is a Freaky Friday, Jarrett, where Vince Vaughn is a serial killer, and then he finds a possessed knife.
Is he a serial killer or is he a slasher?
He's a slasher.
Yeah,
he's a slasher. So he's a slasher. He's going on a bend, killing everyone in town. And the town is called something like Pleasantville. It's not Pleasant. It's like Niceburg or something.
Yeah, something Oaks. Yeah, yeah. It sounds like Fear Street.
Yeah, it's exactly like that, and this fits very much in that realm. And I have a real issue with that, and I'll tell you what. So they swap bodies, and then it's like
YA Babyland.
Oh yeah, it is. But it's also the woke version, and so here's my issue.
Uh-oh.
And I'm not going to talk about I'm not gonna talk about woke
All
stuff
right,
that
here
much.
comes Dave Chappelle.
I watched that this week. I can speak to that.
Okay.
But okay.
Uh-oh.
The woke stuff doesn't bother me that much, but it's very in your face about it. But I think that they do the thing that they're talking against in this movie. So this movie's it tries to be very progressive, and there's a lot of jokes about like, you know, being inside of like different bodies. So like when the girl is in Vince Vaughn's body, the guy that he has a crush on, they kiss, which is kind of weird that Vince Vaughn is a like 45-year-old adult kissed a supposed to be in the movie 16-year-old boy. So it's like that's a little bit problematic. But it's like
but he's inside of he's inside
Yes.
of the body of the like 16-year-old final girl.
Yes. And the intent is that, so like the girl is inside Vince Vaughn's 45-year-old man body, and then they kiss. And the teenage boy goes like, I don't care what you look like. I know what you are inside. And it's like, I get that. That's fine. I do think like, I hope that kid was 21 that Vince Vaughn kissed, or else he's going to have a lot of problems on his hands later. But I'm assuming he was. So like that's all fine. That's the kind of movie it is where it's like that kind of message, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But the thing I don't like, Jarrett, is there is a male character in this movie, and he is openly gay, and then he goes on to joke about raping other guys, but it gets kind of laughed off, and I was like, that's weird that they would like make a point to talk about like this good thing where it's kind of like, yeah, you are how you feel you are. It's like, all right, I get that. But then there's this one character who they're like, all the boys are so drunk they don't know what they're doing. And he's like, that, and you're just like, wow, that's weird.
Whatever RJ said, Skype was like, no way.
Oh, well, there's a male character who talks about basically forcing himself sexually on other men, and I found it off-putting because I was like, I feel like he's getting a little too aggressive here, and I don't think it's consensual, Jarrett. So maybe I'm the woke one. But anyways, does that sound like Dave Chappelle, or do you think that that's a legitimate thing to be like, oh, that's kind of weird? That's how it seemed to me.
Okay.
Anyways.
So Freaky on paper sounded kind of cool because the whole thing is it's the Freaky Friday idea.
Yeah.
And it's like, but we're going to apply Freaky Friday, but to the slasher film. So
yes.
that could be a lot of fun. Kind of like how Happy Death Day was a decent little show.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I watched it, because I was like, well, Happy Death Day is not bad. And then I watched this, and it's fine, but it's nothing. It's not as good as Happy Death Day. Happy Death Day is an actually good movie, and Freaky, I was kind of like, yeah, I don't care. So I wouldn't recommend it, Jarrett.
Okay.
Is what I'm saying. Because of sexually aggressive young men who don't know what no means.
Gnome?
They don't know what no means.
Okay. I mean,
he's working through the no, as someone I've heard would put it sometime.
Right.
Yeah.
I
So anyways, that's Freaky.
Okay. You want to tell me about The Stand?
What's there to say about The Stand, Jarrett?
Whoopi Goldberg's in it?
Whoopi's in it, not as much as I would like. So I finally we got around to it.
Did you finish reading the book so you could watch this?
I finished the book before I watched the 90 Stand during peak pandemic.
Okay.
Whenever I watched that, the shit Garrus one.
I've lost track.
Yeah. So I watched that one like peak pandemic when the world was locked down, and I finished the book then. But yeah, this is like 9-hour long episode, so I was putting it off for a long time.
Yeah.
But it was right after we watched Midnight Mass. This like popped up on the thing, and we were like, oh, it's kind of similar. We can check this out, I guess. So this is some real incel stuff, Jarrett. The legitimate kind of incel stuff. This is vintage incel. In terms of Stand in iterations, I think we've talked about this before. I don't like this Stand as much as everyone else does. Yep. I think it's fine. But I do think like it really he really loses steam in the back end, and it's very noticeable where you're just like, you're doing the Stephen King thing, and this kind of falls into that category as well, where it does a lot of the Stephen King stuff where you're just like, oh my god, you're like, I don't care. But this has your buddy in it, Alexander Skarsgård from Godzilla vs. Kong.
Oh
Do you
man,
remember him?
no, I don't. But
He's Randall Flagg, Jarrett.
oh, of
Yeah.
course, you picked that guy. It's like
Yeah.
that is a terrible Randall Flagg. I haven't even seen this thing, and I could just be like, no, no.
Yeah, he was fine. They don't give him a lot to work with. The one guy who was really good was the guy who played Harold, Owen Teague. That guy, he was the major incel in this, and it was very believable. So I actually thought he was.
Well, that is because like Harold is he's very
he is like
proto incel.
Proto incel,
Yeah.
and he did a pretty good job at it.
Man,
My girl
this fucking Owen Teague though. This guy is in a fuck ton of Stephen King adaptations.
Yes, he is. 4 that we can name.
Yeah, right off the top. I mean, parts 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
And who everyone's favorite, Cell.
Cell.
Which I don't think is as bad as people think.
No, Cell's fine.
It's crap, but it's not
Yeah.
terrible. Look at all these people dogpiling 1 star. Come on.
It's
got shuffling zombie circle at the end. That's primo.
That is good stuff. That's good stuff.
I just started thinking about that.
It's really
It's so dumb.
Yeah. Look how much enjoyment you
Oh
got.
wait, maybe it is 1 star, but I don't know. It's a post-apocalyptic action.
It's a trip.
Yeah.
It's a trip.
It's a trip.
It's a trip.
All right, Rebecca.
It's a trip.
Tell me.
But
any thoughts on The Stand? So this is just a stay away. What is this for a rating?
Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. I mean, I think if you're a big King head, like some of them are, I think you should watch it just to see. But I actually, and this is going to shock a lot of people, I think the Mick Garris one, for all of his faults, is actually a pretty decent telling of this one. This one kind of has the new horror problem where it jumps around so much, and The Stand has so many characters.
That was one of the first things I was reading people saying when this launched.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, "Why is this achronological? Like, why did they change all this up for needlessly?"
Yeah, and that was the biggest issue I had. Like, it's not bad. It's got some good stuff in it. Like the guy who plays Tom Cullen is really good. He's that huge dude who gets cast in lots of stuff. He was the rapist in M. Night Shyamalan's movie.
Brad William Hankey.
Yeah, that guy's really good in this. He's really good, and some of the character interactions are good, and there are parts of The Stand I do like quite a bit. But it's really janky where it time jumps a lot, like unnecessarily so. It's like, just put this in linear order. It's already so much to take on because there's 15 main characters.
RJ, did you know that Brad William Hankey is also in Space Jam?
The new one?
Like the original.
He's in the original Space Jam?
And Bright.
What is he in Space Jam?
I don't know. He's a character in it. He's probably like a kid.
Brad William Hankey. Let's find him on here. Oh, man, there's a lot of people in Space Jam.
Yeah, that's confusing.
Yeah. He was good in this. Some people might not like his character because he does play a
Stars catcher.
Oh, so he's just a baseball player.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyways, that guy was really good in this. So I actually liked his role. And it's like I said, there's some stuff I like, but it is pretty choppy. And I think it's like unnecessarily choppy where you're like, you know Nat Wolff? Do you know that kid?
Nope.
That guy?
Nope.
If you saw him in this movie, I think you would throw up. You would just physically throw up. You'd be like, I hate this guy that much. I'm throwing up. And Amber Turd is in this as well.
Ooh.
Did you ever hear that story about when Johnny Depp was calling her Amber Turd instead of Amber Heard?
I heard something about that, RJ.
Yeah, well, you look it up. Oh, one thing one issue I have with this is they make rats evil, and I'm sick of movies making rats evil. They're not bad guys. In this one, there's like rats like eating people's like heads and stuff like for no reason. It's like they don't do that. Leave them alone. So, anyways, that's my take. So, did you watch any movies or?
Are you familiar with the film Halloween at Aunt Ethel's?
It's one of my favorite films.
Wow. Okay. Cool. I thought that maybe you had missed out on this one. So I
watched it like 6 times.
I had finished watching Criterion and not really caring about that, and I was mindlessly scrolling through Tubi for something to put on while I don't know, did other things on my laptop, and I saw this pumpkin-headed killer poster, and I was like, well, I'm down with a jack-o'-lantern headed guy killing people. That sounds like it'd be cool. But no, RJ, this movie's not cool. It sucks. It sucks real bad.
You're telling me that Halloween at Aunt Ethel's was not a slam dunk affair?
Well, it's got like nothing happens for like an hour except for there's these characters you don't like, and it's trying to be like a horror comedy, and there's like stuff I would imagine would be like in a scary movie, but without any of the execution of like a bad comedy. Even it's just kind of like, oh, I've seen one of those movies before, and people seem to like it when characters talk about getting high, or when like moms talk about how they're MILFs and they're in competition with their own daughter for like banging their like high school boyfriends. And talking about their puppies and
that sounds
smoking. Say, Mom, you stole my weed. And you're supposed to go, ha, 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 ha. Her mom.
You say, do you get it? It's 2021.
And then Aunt Ethel's a witch, and she's just killing people.
Well, naturally,
she's killing people. She's like baking the stuff out of like body parts and stuff. But like it's jokes, and it keeps cutting back and forth, and then eventually it leads to the kids. The main characters doing an investigation to stop Ethel, which I guess means killing her.
Yeah. Well, I mean, naturally so.
This is what you expect to be on Tubi. That's for sure.
Hey, not everything on there is that bad.
I know. What I'm saying is
terrible.
See, now when you're talking about Tubi, this is what you expect, but sometimes you get some good stuff on there too.
Yeah. Are you? You should check. I don't know if you remember, but you should watch Space Shit's Terrible this year. Spaceship Terror, because that wasn't bad. It wasn't. And that's the only thing I'll say about it is it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
So
do you know about Jim Jarmusch?
I know about Jim Jarmusch.
Yeah.
And his fishing tactics.
Yeah, you do know about that. Well, do you know that since being like an indies film darling back in the day, he started making these dips into horror films, into the horror genre. He made
vampires.
He made a vampire movie, and most recently he did a zombie film called The Dead Don't Die.
And I heard it was a star-studded cast.
It is star-studded. It's got that Adam Driver.
Oh, wow.
Everybody likes that chest of his.
The breakout actor of Star Wars 9?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah,
huge.
It really set him up. And
who else is in there?
Bill Murray. Tom Waits. He's in there. Guess what he plays? He plays like a town bum. Can you imagine that? It's got Chloe Savini. It's got Steve Buscemi, who stops in like for a coffee. Danny Glover. Rosie
Steve
Perez. Iggy Pop as a zombie. It's got RZA. It's got Carol Kane. Selena Gomez.
Who?
Larry Fessenden.
Larry Fessenden? Wow, star-studded.
And guess who's also in it, RJ?
John Murray?
No, one of my all-time favorite performers of all time, Tilda Swinton.
Did she have heavy dangling male genitalia present in this one?
She did not, but she was a Scottish woman. She was like the coroner also of the town, but she also has a samurai sword.
Naturally.
So yeah, this movie spends a whole lot of time setting up this zombie attack. A very long time. There's some full-on acknowledgments that they read the script Adam Driver's character talks about he knows what's going to happen next because he's read the script.
Is it kind of like it like makes you like it because it's self-aware? Is that what it does?
Apparently.
Oh, okay.
And then this is bad. This is a bad movie.
Yeah.
There's no sugarcoating it. It starts off like, well, this has got some promise. This could be pretty good. And no. I don't know what else was this going to be. There's no like, oh, he really blew an opportunity. He's like, no, he made the movie he wanted to. It's just not good.
Yeah, I mean, it's been available for me to watch, I think, as early as last year, and I just haven't had a lot of interest.
Yeah, I mean,
to be honest,
it's kind of that only Lovers Left Alive movie I was pretty meh on.
Yeah,
and Patterson was a nice little movie, a good use of that driver.
It fits right into the trilogy of horror films too.
It does.
Only Lovers,
Patterson,
The Dead, and Patterson.
He drives the bus,
and he writes poetry.
Yeah.
They say it like that. I think. So,
the writer
of poetry
who wears geometric shirts, and his girlfriend has circle dresses because she's chaotic.
I mean, that is pretty chaotic.
It's pretty wild.
Chaotic neutral.
Yeah, I don't know if you can figure that all out. It's a lot to unpack.
Well, I'm still packing.
Still
after that one.
Yeah. So this is a skip. Don't bother.
Yeah, that's good to know because I maybe would have tried one day, but
nah. But what you might want to try out, maybe, is The Boneyard from 1991.
I thought that was your place.
The Boneyard. Well, that's where me and the Undertaker hang out.
Oh, I see. I don't know. The poster's got a dog on it, and
it
you know how I feel about dogs.
Yeah, I mean,
is there animal cruelty in this?
It's like a 1 out of 10 in terms of like. So it's if there was, it didn't really register all that much because it's like if it's all very much off camera. It's just kind of like off to the side. It's not like it doesn't bring attention to itself like some other films I watched recently where it's like, holy shit, where it's RJ, when I message you and tell you, hey, make sure you never watch this movie.
See, I was confused because then you gave it 3 stars and I was like, oh wait, is that a good movie? And then I didn't figure that out.
Well, because we're going to discuss it here. Because this is don't watch this, RJ. Don't watch this movie.
I gotcha.
Because it's got you on two fronts.
Well, we can talk about that.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
I mean, if we get there. 1 out of 10 is not great.
It's acceptable. I mean, for a movie that's got a dog on the cover, I mean, it's a horror movie.
I never know what to think because even like I think Rob Eagle recommended this movie called Spoor that's in my list right now, and I think I watched the trailer and it was just like a bunch of animal kennels, and I think he even prefaced with it's not that bad to animals, and I was like, well, I'll see, but I'm thinking it's probably more than I would like.
This is like, so the dog is weirdly featured in this. It's not about a dog with like a haunted dog bone graveyard or something.
That would have been cool.
No, it ain't that movie. No, this movie's actually kind of bad. Like just like the story is boring and it's slow, extremely unappealing characters.
Oh wow.
I know, but
you're selling it.
The effects stuff in this, like this is before CGI. This is like when prosthetics were really starting to hit a point. And I was watching this in a low res YouTube version, and I think there is a Blu-ray of this now out there in the world. But the creature effects in this are like creepy. Like they're like really like, oh, like what is that? And it's like, oh, those are horrible little demon kids.
I like the sound of that.
Running around in the hospital.
So, is this this is like a surprise decent one?
It's got good visuals.
Okay.
I'll give it that. It's got some good little spooky moments. This is garbage movies. Like this is like if you wanted to fill some time up in an afternoon and knock out a horror
Throw in
movie,
the Boneyard.
watch that Boneyard.
Yeah. Where did you source this film? Legally?
YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's still on there. Yeah, so the synopsis, of course. Children turn into zombies, wreak havoc in a coroner's building with just a burned-out psychic, an experienced cop, and 2 coroners to stop the madness.
Sounds good to me.
And it's got Phyllis Diller.
Wow, I'm a biggest Phyllis Diller guy around.
Do you want to know her character's name?
Is it Phil Dillon?
Pretty close. Miss Poopinplatz.
Take that, Phyllis Diller.
Well, she loved it. That's why she wanted the role.
Miss Poopinplatz. That's good stuff.
But the psychic woman in this is played by, is it Deborah Rose? I don't think that's right. I can't remember the character's actual name. But yeah, this is it's worth a watch. It's good October viewing. It's above whatever you want to call the average of Creeptober. This one's like slightly above just because of the cool monsters.
I gotcha. That sounds cool.
I'll give you 2 short films and I'll hand it back to you.
Okay.
I watched 2 more short films via Alter. One called Kiss, which is just your completely predictable. There's a coroner who is also like a necrophile, and he gets his just desserts. Who cares?
How just are these desserts?
Well, she turns into a zombie, and she's like, "I'll kiss you," and then because that's all they actually do is he kisses her, and he's like, and there's like a tension. You're like, "Oh fuck, what's this guy going to do to this body? You're a pretty one, aren't you?" Yes. And then it's like, "Oh, she's a ghoul," and then that's the end, and you're like, "Ugh."
I would hit that with what my like 8-year-old niece would do, and she'd go, "Boring." She says that out loud a lot.
Yeah.
Boring. So I'd hit her with that if I was you.
And then what did you say you would do to her then?
Oh, I'd give her a bonk on the head.
Yeah, bonking. That's right.
Well, bonk. You ever bonked anyone on the head, Jared?
Yeah, you asked me that 2 weeks ago.
And what was your answer?
I said, "No, RJ. Quit talking about child abuse on the air."
Wow, it's just a little bonk. I'm not gonna like actually hit her hard. Just bonk.
So I watched another short film that I did not realize you had seen yourself until I watched it, and that's The Smiling Man from 2015, directed by one A.J. Bryans.
Yeah.
As synopsis: a little girl home alone finds herself face to face with pure evil.
How do you know he's pure evil?
I don't know, because he's smiling.
There's not enough to get out of his presence in this thing to know. Is this the one where he's in the kitchen?
Yeah, that's okay. It. Or it's like
I've seen a few of these.
Yeah, she sees a balloon.
Yeah,
and she walks, and then you see like a guy, kind of like this skinny, like fleshy looking, pale thing walking around, and like kind of disappears around corners impossibly. And you're like, oh shit. What's this? Who's this guy who's smiling? What's he going to do to this little girl? Oh! And then she goes down to the kitchen, and then she sees this like horrible, decrepit, like ghoul man who's all sad and like shivering, and then he starts trying to befriend her, and this girl's just like no selling it, which is preposterous. Like it's just so fucking stupid, and then he starts like trying to be like cute. Smiling, even though it's like he's like a ghoul. He's a fucking naked,
a legitimate ghoul.
He's a legitimate ghoul man. And then he's like killed her mom, who's just like off in the corner, and the girl hasn't noticed this. And then like there's like blood on the floor, and he starts like picking up the blood and starts smearing it on his face like he's a clown. And then he starts being sad, he starts getting really happy and going, and that's when the pure evil kicks in, RJ. And you go, oh shit, I just shit my pants.
It was that scary?
No.
Oh.
But on the poster, filmpulse.net said, creepy with a capital C.
Yeah, that's how people talk about stuff, huh?
So this I was like kind of mad after watching this, because it's like, well, that like the Smiling Man's pretty cool looking, like it's,
sure.
But that's it. That's like there's no thought went to this at all. This is like totally the typical short film.
Yeah.
It's like there's no thought to it, and they're like, "Oh, it's enough, right? It's crazy." You're like, "No, it's not. It's not crazy with a capital C, or a creepy with a capital C." It just felt lazy.
That's exactly what I thought. Where it was kind of like they just thought this was enough. Hey, it's like here's a guy in white paint. That's enough, right? Yep. And you go, "No, that's not enough. You actually have to do something." Yep.
But it's nothing. Girl goes downstairs, and then the big reveal is the smiling man killed her mom, and now the implication is he's going to kill the girl next. And you're like, I don't care. I mean, I'm never going to see them again. It's like that's the end of the short film. Who cares?
Who gives a shit?
You have to build something. You have to be like, oh no, there's no stakes. It's just like, oh yeah, that's that. It's all in a 3-act structure, RJ.
A what?
It's like it's all A.
Okay.
Yeah.
You should watch more of the. I think there was a Creeptober. I went on a rip. I did like 6 to 10 short films, and there was a lot of absolute shit in there. You should check out. I think the one that made me the most actively mad was called Bedfellows or something like that. You should check out Bedfellows.
There's a few of these reviews. These are 3-star reviews though of this. Damn, that kid didn't care. And that kid couldn't even give 2 shits.
No thanks. Some of these shorts are not good, Jarrett. Not good. I think there's another Smiling Man one where it's just like a guy across the street who you've seen Bedfellows. There's like a guy across the street who just walks kind of funny.
I don't remember.
Do you remember Bedfellows?
No.
That one was shit.
Yeah.
That one was
Are you saying it shit the bed?
It wishes it had shit the bed.
Then you'd like it.
And then you'd like it a little more. One guy gave it 3 stars and went, "Whoa."
Oh, this one. Yeah, this one. People love that.
Felipe Guides gave it 2.5 stars, and he just wrote a review that said "cuck." So
because he's in a bed or whatever.
Yeah.
So we all know everybody loves Al Columbia. It's fine. We all love him.
Man?
He likes pale white ghoul things.
I see.
You take it away, RJ. Tell me about Official Denial.
Ooh, this had some of the best screenshots I've gotten just single screenshot I got in a while, which was the one I posted on Canadian Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Where it's just a guy walking through a field with an alien on his shoulders. It's like a nice family outing. That's actually his grandma.
Oh.
But kind of also his wife.
Oh.
It got a little confusing near the end. So this is your vintage alien abduction, confusing people / military based alien story. So we have a guy who works in the military. He sees aliens. He's got weird dreams. He talks about how they are extracting his sperm, quote unquote, with the exact line, "They extract sperm." Mm-hmm. And then everyone goes, okay. You later find out that the aliens are a dying race and they need human DNA to kind of continue on, which is happens in a lot of alien movies, which I find like a weird thing. I feel like that's self-indulgent to people, and it's not really, because it's like, we need it's like, look how advanced we are, but we're dying. We need you to help. And it's like, I think they're fine. This one also gets the quote-unquote Indians tag, because this one has them venture out into sacred land, and they communicate with some First Nations elders who can see the alien for what he is, or what she is. Pretty crazy stuff, Jarrett.
Mm-hmm.
Official Denial is totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
For a guy like me, mm-hmm. who wants easily accessible alien content. For a guy like you, Jared, I could see you giving it a 2-star, and I don't think you'd be actively negative against it. You'd just be like, I don't care.
Yeah.
So I don't peg you as an official denial kind of guy, but for me, it was all worth it just for that screenshot of that nice family walking through the field.
You give official denial, official approval.
I give it official approval by my standards.
That's the only standard that matters.
Yeah. So I'm on board with this thing. I'm on board.
Okay.
Do you want to hear about Backcountry?
I would love to hear about Backcountry, RJ.
So what did you think when you read my review of this film? Did you think I made that up, or did you check it out?
What's that?
The bear attack.
No, RJ. I was more laughing at your use of the expression negative encounters.
Did you see the post I commented afterwards?
I did, and then did you see my response of like,
yes.
Just God damn it, Bobby, just like this is what we should be against. It's like, you know, when we start using this like terminology of like negative encounters, you mean this is like the training videos you'd get at a store of like, well, if a customer comes and they're angry, that's what we like to classify that as a negative encounter. This is like also what I imagine a certain type of person would be like. A negative encounter, like a bear attack and killing a person, that's a negative encounter. It's like, no, we have words for that. It's called bear attack. Now, we can still call it a bear attack, and I'm also not arguing that we need to go out and destroy the bear. I'm not a fan of that. I think, like, a couple days before you'd seen this movie, there was a story just north of Creepsville of, like, a baby bear, like a cub that was in some guy's backyard. And it was just there, and he was like, huh. So he started, like, giving it apples and stuff, and it was kind of, like, hanging out. And then he called a conservation officer, and they came out. And then, like, I think, or the police came, and it was ruled, well, this bear ain't going to make it. So they just fucking shot it. And the guy's like, he was like, I would have never called if that was what they were going to do. And you're like, yup. And in weird times that we're living in, it's like, oh, yeah. Bears are just like coming closer and closer into town, or cougars, for instance.
Yes, and there's a reason. There's all sorts of reasons as why these mountain animals.
Yes,
and I could talk about it all day.
Yeah,
but
so
I know what you mean, because I think it could be used in the wrong context, where it's like, say that you worked in an office, and say that someone was
unwanted back massages,
sexual. And you said, well, that's a negative encounter.
Well, and this is where Sam Sanchez rings in with RJ knows a thing or two about negative encounters.
Well, he meant it in a different sense. He meant it in a more playful, wholesome one. Yeah. No, I saw this headline on CBC like, I don't know, a month ago or something like that, and I was like, because they're like rebranding shark attacks as negative encounters, and I went, what? So when I watched this movie, it was all I could think about. It totally distracted me, where I was like, man, this is a negative encounter if I ever saw one.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you know what Irreversible's about? It's about a negative encounter.
A negative encounter.
Yeah, so about a couple of negative encounters. All interactions could be called negative encounters. And it kind of dehumanizes in this way that, like, is just not helpful for communication purposes.
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, so there's like these fun facts. You're like, sharks actually don't really kill the number of people you think. But that's because of that movie Jaws, which I was trying to say, RJ, what's Jaws about? And it's about negative encounters.
Negative encounters. I was going a different route, but I didn't realize that. But yes, Jaws is a negative encounter with a shark. Yeah. Well, that's why it was all I could think of. And so that's why when I was watching, I was just Googling. I was like, how many bear attacks are there, like, in a year worldwide? And it was like 40. I was like, fuck, that's not very many.
Well, I looked this up too because I was curious, and I think in old Canada, there was 46 bear attacks from 2005 or something like that to 2017. And I think, but of those 46, 43 led to death of the person. So it's like, oh yeah, bears will fuck you up pretty good.
Oh, bears will fuck you up. You leave them alone, they'll leave you alone.
Well, sometimes it's unavoidable because, I think also, the weekend before you watch this, there was a story about two different individuals out in the Crow's Nest Pass. One was a hunter looking for grouse. And they had a negative encounter, and then there was another person who was just hiking, and they were alone. And they too had a negative encounter. Now they both survived their ordeals. They weren't hunted across the landscape by a malicious bear, but
with a bloodlust.
But hey, that bear attack. Am I right? That bear attack was pretty gruesome in this movie.
Oh yeah, so I didn't mention Backcountry is actually like pretty good. This is like a 3-star. It's got
and it's a piece of Canadian film.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I thought my my negative encounter thing was so funny. I didn't even bother rating this thing. But no, it's good. It's got good setup. Like there's this guy. I hate the actor who plays like the alpha male. I hate that guy so much. Eric Balfour. That guy is just like every time I see him, I'm like, I hate this fucking guy. Just as a person for some reason.
That guy.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Whenever I see him, I'm like, this guy just looks annoying, like before he even talks. But he was pretty effective as like unwanted alpha male entering the camp. So like that scene was actually really good. And then, yeah, the bear attack is good. It is good. And then the rest of what happens is, what happens after a negative encounter. But no, Backcountry's not bad. I remember you watched it a year or two ago, and you're just like, this wasn't bad. And I was like,
it was
I'll
a
check
while
it out.
back. 'Cause it came out in 2014, and oh God, when did I watch it? 2015. That's 6 years ago.
Yikes!
RJ.
Yikes! But yeah,
this is better than the director's follow-up, Pie Wacket.
Oh, yeah, more like no. But yeah, Backcountry's not bad. It's not bad. But bears, am I right?
Bear. Hey, I think bears rule. They're like my favorite.
Bears are pretty cool.
They're my favorite animal.
Yeah, bears are definitely pretty cool.
I think they're neat. They're very.
They are neat.
Very. There's not a lot like them. Bears.
You know what their claws are for, Jarrett? You know why they got big claws?
Big old claws.
Do you know why?
To like kill you?
No, for digging. It's for digging.
What,
They're
poop? Do they bury their poop? I don't think
no,
they do.
They're foragers.
Yeah, they eat all they'll eat whatever. They'll eat. I mean, they got it.
Whatever.
They got to eat.
Yeah, but when they're out in the bush, they're digging, man.
And slashing.
And so, well, I mean, who wouldn't, But anyways, Backcountry, not bad. Do you want to rip off some more, or what's your?
No, tell me about Let the Corpses Tan, RJ.
Okay, you have not seen this, right?
I have not. I have seen their previous collaboration, though. God, it's got one of those silly titles. I'll read it to you. Is it the strange? Yeah, The Strange Color of Your Body's Tears. That's the one I have not watched because I think that title made me mad. And then I have watched Amer. That's the one I've seen, which is another one of these. I don't know, love letters to Giallo.
Yeah, it's kind of Giallo. The title for sure. The movie itself isn't super Giallo-y. A lot of people said that, but I was like, I don't think so. What they're trying to do way more is they're trying to do Jodorowsky acid western, and then your buddy Quentin Tarantino. I think it's a mix of those two. So all I knew about this was the title, and I was like, oh yeah, that's catchy.
It rolls off the tongue.
Rolls right off the tongue. And it was available on Shudder, so I was like, yeah, I'll check this thing out. I find this movie frustrating because there are some sequences that I actually thought were really well done, where I was like, this is good. I was like, this is some good stuff. I like how they're laying this out. And then there was some art house trash, just straight shit, where it's like, you guys are your heads are so far up your own asses that it's like that you don't even know what you're doing anymore. Like what you're showing is incomprehensible.
It's elevated.
Yeah, that's what some people would call it.
Panos would say.
Panos. Yeah, it's a weird mix where it's like some of the stuff I actually liked a lot. I was like, ooh, this is nice. And then some of it was just so like, it's not even pretentious. It's just like, it's honestly like, you can't even watch it. You're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
This is just unwatchable. So it's a weird mix. Like, I wouldn't say it's a bad movie. It's just, it's very it's half of it's good, half of it is so bad, but the other half is good. So it's a weird kind of in between.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I had a what do we call it? It sounds like this is like the. I think of it as the reflecting skin moment.
Yes,
that you had. I had that last night.
Were you trying to watch this?
No, I was watching a movie called The Territory from,
okay.
from 1981, and it is that movie was very, very unlikable.
Yeah, there are a few like that. Like, I don't know. It's I don't know. I would be interested to know what you think. Like, I don't. You might like this. You might just think it's absolute garbage. But
I feel like my tolerance for this type of thing is definitely decreased, though, too.
Yeah, and especially, like, the good parts aren't right up front, where it's not in the first 5 minutes, where I think that's... And getting through the first 5, you're going to be like, what's going on? What's up here? There was one scene that annoyed the living fuck out of me, and I know I exaggerate, but it was about 3 minutes long. It was just a strobe light. It was just a strobe light coming at me. And, like, my cats were sitting with me, and I was like, well, cats are prone to seizures. I was like, I don't want my cat to have a fucking seizure watching this ass movie here. Ass-id Western. So I was like, ugh. So I was covering their eyes. But I think this is mostly, they're trying to be Jodorowsky, and they're not.
Did anyone rape their co-star or blow up any lizards?
No.
It's not very Jodorowsky to me.
No to the second one. To the first one, I can't say with certainty. Okay. I can't say yes. I can't say no. I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Do you know about James Spader?
I do know about James Spader. What happened?
Well, he was in a movie once called Jack's Back.
Oh.
From 1988. Directed by Rowdy Harrington.
Ooh, is he related to Ultron?
Well, he is related to Roadhouse because he directed it.
Whoa.
Yeah. You didn't know that, did you? You didn't know the guy directed Roadhouse.
I know Spader.
Yeah, you know Spader, though. And do you know who is also in this movie? Robert Picardo. And he plays a doctor.
Is that all that dude has ever been allowed to play, is just a doctor?
I mean, he looks doctorly. He's bald.
Yeah, I mean, that's a sign of
okay, listen to this. Okay, now listen to this tagline in the synopsis. 100 years ago, in the city of London, in the East End slum of Whitechapel, a man shocked the world by murdering, raping, and mutilating 5 women. He was never caught. And the synopsis: a young doctor is suspected when a series of Jack the Ripper copycat killings is committed. However, when the doctor himself is murdered, his identical twin brother claims to have seen visions of the true killer. So
is that good?
No. So this movie feels like it should be good. Like, it's very well made in a 1980s mainstream movie kind of way that is lacking sometimes when you're in the midst of Creeptober. And so it's completely competently made. James Spader is one of those guys I don't get it. He's around. People seem to have to thirst on him all the time when they talk about James Spader. I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm not the target audience for James Spader and what he's got to offer.
I don't know who is, though.
But people always talk about, because he's in Crash, he's in Sex Lies and Videotape, he's in Secretary, which has got that poster of the woman bending over, and people go, oh yeah, I want some James Spader right now, and you're like, what?
There's a picture of him bending over?
Well, there's a movie called White Palace, and it looks like he's feeding on some breasts here or something.
He's doing what?
He's in a movie called Dream Lover. He's also kissing some cheeks.
Okay.
Critical Care. He looks like he's a doctor. So sometimes he's a doctor too. So anyway, I guess he gets people horny is what I'm trying to get at. And
interesting.
He failed to do so for me in Jack's Back. So there's this giant oaf of a man he's the red herring killer.
Yeah.
And it turns out not to be him. Who cares? There's, I don't know, investigations.
More like fartigations, am I right?
Yeah. This was on Prime, and I don't know.
You sound like you like it a lot.
Skippable. It's very skippable.
Oh, I see.
Put this one back put this one back in the oven. But some people dig on this, but I do notice that it's got a 2.9 average rating, so maybe that's not the case.
Yeah. I don't think it sounds good.
Yeah. It's pretty.
That's just me.
It's pretty blah. And then there's the amusement park.
Oh, yeah, I have this in my list as well. I was going to watch this year.
Okay. Well, I might not talk about it this time. I'll let you watch it, because I noticed that old Ollie Granger, he watched it. He loved it. But you know what he didn't love for the 5-star? Maniac.
Well, he is an incel, though.
Yeah.
Self-reported.
Yeah. And I think he liked the samurai movie we didn't like, and was like just okay on the good one.
Yeah, that's classic incel cuck behavior. Yep. Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. He's not listening to this, so I can say whatever. I know he's never.
All I have to say about the amusement park is, do you like RJ? Do you like metaphors?
Oh. Boy, if I could understand them, they would be my favorite thing.
Okay, well, amusement park might be the breakout. Yeah, because there's a guy at the beginning who tells you what it is.
This movie is a metaphor,
and then it summarizes it again at the end, just in case.
I appreciate that a lot more than if someone after the fact was like, well, you know, Tarkovsky's movies are metaphors.
But what if it was like Tarkovsky?
If him himself was telling me that?
Yeah.
I'd be more on board with that than some guy who's got the A24 neck tattoo.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about A24 too.
Metaphors.
Speaking of 2, I watched Happy Death Day 2U.
And was it good?
No, this is
So that guy's 0 for 2 this month.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump the gun when you're talking about Freaky, but man,
I gotcha.
So I really liked Happy Death Day. I thought that was a very fun movie from last year.
Yeah, it was good.
Very enjoyable. I thought it was a very good mainstream horror movie and it did horror comedy decently. So Happy Death Day 2 picks up where Happy Death Day left off, and then it Back to the Future 2's things. So you get to see the first movie over again.
Oh.
And it's so forced. There is this like suicide montage in it that is like so tone deaf. It's so fucking lame. And I think once it happens, it's just like, fuck, it's so fucking bad. The music sucks. There's like kind of new characters they're thrown in, and there's like, a crusty old dean who...
How crusty?
Oh, he's pretty livid. He gets up there. He's overly crusty. And I saw the actor playing him show up in like one of the last movies I watched too, and I went, hey, it's the crusty old dean.
If only
this movie
could be as crusty.
And this movie sets up a third one.
It does?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother. Leave the memories alone.
Yeah. Well, after that last one, I really have no interest in pursuing this guy's films at all.
No.
Really.
Yeah.
Really.
However, so yeah, that's a miss. We'll talk about Amusement Park when you watch it.
Yeah, I will eventually.
RJ, do you know about David Firth?
Is that the guy running for Creepsville City Council?
It's close. That would be his brother Jerry, but this is Jerry's little brother David, who directed a short film called Sock 5: 3 Skins Without Men. So David Firth, most people will maybe not know the name, but they would recognize Salad Fingers. David Firth is the creator of Salad Fingers.
Gotcha.
And Sock 5 popped up for me because I was kind of looking up highly rated horror films from the 2010s. And I saw this poster image pop up of this angry looking dog. And I was like, what's Sock 5? And I clicked on it and I realized, I'm like, oh, wait a minute. This is like a loggable short film from the man who brought us Salad Fingers. And I have never seen this before. And it's got like 1 million odd views on YouTube. So I'm late to the party on this. What can you say about this?
I don't know. You tell me.
Lots of textures. There's a lot of textures. It's David Firth and that kind of like deadpan, absurdist, dark humor that barely is jokes. It's just things that happen and that it will either work for you or it won't. That's what I can say about that. It's not the most ambitious, tight, moving, or like even like thoughtful short film I've seen, and even in terms of horror stuff. But there's some really good things in there that you're just like, I like this. I don't think it means anything at all, other than David Firth thought, I'm going to throw in people's hands just kind of popping off their bodies and getting sucked up into a hole in the wall. And it happens to different people. And then,
that's kind of cool.
And there's a guy who like has a set of skins that he keeps in his closet, and the way that the faces and the textures of the people are presented and their eyes and their faces, it's just like, oh, like it's upsetting in its own way. So it's good. And then the scene that you're seeing in the poster of the dog, that's the end of the film. That's the end of it. It's a singing dog. So
I couldn't really tell what was going on here.
It's a microphone.
Gotcha. That sounds okay. I do know that
it's a great way to spend 10 minutes.
I mean, not as much could be said about us, but I do know infamous cuck Oliver Granger has recommended I think a Shudder film called Kuso, directed by something called Flying Lotus, which also stars David Firth.
Oh.
So if you're a Salad Fingers man, then this Kuso, I don't know what it is.
Kuso.
But
which I believe is shit. Is that what it means?
Is that what it means? In what language?
Japanese.
Oh. Well, anyways, David Firth is in that. And George Clinton.
Kuso.
George Clinton, father of funk? What's he doing in there?
I don't know.
Huh, interesting. Okay, well, that sounds fine.
Yeah. So I throw it back to you. I also checked out a film that was on YouTube that I saw some people giving like 3.5s to. So I was like, I'll give it a spin. It's called Allison's Birthday. And I was watching this and I was like, started to look up. I'm like, why are people talking about this thing at all? Because the copy of it I was watching on YouTube is not very good. And then it turns out it's coming out in that big like horror cult films box that I ordered. So I was like, damn it. I didn't know that. But so I guess I was like, well, I'm in too deep as is, so I might as well keep doing it. So this is your Australian Rosemary's Baby without the baby.
What is there instead of a baby?
A woman. There's a woman involved. There's definitely a woman. And
she's not a baby?
She's not well, at some point she would have been a baby. But it's not about the baby. It's not about a baby, secret baby. Not about a pregnant woman.
Oh.
It's not Rosemary's Baby.
So
it's Rosemary and her parents that definitely want her home for her birthday. They don't want her boyfriend there, RJ. They want to do stuff.
Why don't they want?
And it involves grandma. Because boyfriend's not part of the circle.
He's not part of the circle.
No, this is okay. This is fine.
Okay.
It's not a bad thing. It's YouTube-y. It picks up the pace. The last half hour actually is pretty good when it actually finds its point. Because after that point, it feels very directionless, which I feel like might be a staple of a lot of Australian movies I've watched. We're like, what's this about? And then it hones in and you go, that's what Allison's Birthday is all about, with its ridiculous poster.
Yeah. So it's not as good as Bloody Birthday?
I'd have to look at what my review for Bloody Birthday was.
Bloody Birthday is pretty good. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then it's no Bloody's Birthday, because Bloody Birthday, is that got the killer kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't
seen that were born on the full moon.
Yeah, definitely not as good as Killer Kids.
Yeah, a few things are.
No.
Especially the ones named Timothy, or what was that one you watched? Timmy?
Timothy, yes.
Timothy?
Yes. But how good is Tourist Trap?
I'll tell you.
Tourist crap?
Tourist crap. A little bit. But I'm about halfway through, so I think this is time for a scheduled bathroom break, Jarrett. So would you like me to tell you about Tourist Trap?
Please.
And I heard someone once describe it as tourist crap. Do you subscribe to that?
Yes, I think this movie's bad.
Yeah, it's not great. I think I had originally heard it on James Rolfe's Cinemassacre rundown, where he was like, "Yeah, it's not bad." And I think he described it as like Texas Chainsaw-y, where he's like, came out around the same time, and it's actually not bad. I did not realize this was the man who brought us Puppet Master.
Yes, Schmoller.
I wasn't aware of that before I had watched this. Now
This is some Empire, RJ. Or sorry, some Charles Band Productions.
Some Charles Band. Yeah, I saw that full moon on there, and I went, "What the fuck is this?"
God, no. God,
I went, "Son of a bitch." Well, this was another one that I put in here because there's a Joe Bob of it, and I forgot to watch the Joe Bob again.
Yeah, if anybody wants to watch a good David Schmoller film, watch Crawl Space.
What about Puppet Master?
No, definitely don't do that.
Crawl Space, you say?
Yeah.
Is that wow? Oh yeah, you love boxes and holes.
Mm-hmm.
So Crawl Space is kind of. Is that anything like what's that movie with that guy who lives in the walls?
There's like what, Bad Ronald?
Bad Ronald. That's the one I was thinking of. Hey, you're a big Bad Ronald guy, aren't you?
Oh, that was a disappointing movie, actually.
Yeah, that's too bad.
So Tourist Trap.
Tourist Trap.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre for the kids.
Actually, yeah, it was. This would be a great movie to show like if there was a group of 12-year-olds, like say you had a kid, like your kid, and he's like,
and you hated them.
Well, and
and then you pop on Tourist Trap, not just show them Halloween.
Well, I mean, like something like that would be spooky to them, but not that actually isn't spooky. Like if a group of 12-year-olds discovered this on their own, they might be like, "Yeah, we like Tourist Trap."
No, they wouldn't.
They might.
No,
they might. It's not great. So we have this group of kids who go off. They go off road and they go to I think it's called there's Slauson's Wax Museum or something, and then I actually like the look of Tourist Trap Man. I think I like his mask and stuff. I think it actually looks really cool, and he's got a house of mannequins, which is also cool. But the telekinetic powers thing is, it's not even a bit much. It's just kind of like, why?
Yeah.
It's like you could have just did it as it was and it would have been fine. And I don't think it's outright bad either. It's like, well, whatever, who cares? But it's kind of at the same time, I am kind of just like, but why? Why give him telekinetic powers? But I don't know. They show up. He kills some of them, and then it's pretty much the end of the movie. Right, Jarrett?
That's the end of the show.
It's the end of the show. So I don't know. I don't even really have a whole lot to say about Tourist Trap, to be honest. I don't even have any notes on this. I watched it and I was like, okay.
Yeah,
and then it was over.
I think the only thing I remember is when I started to get more into buying Blu-rays seriously and collecting this stuff, Tourist Trap was coming out, and man, this was like some classic Charles Band hose job where it was full framed, and he's like, no, that's the way it was meant to be, or something like that. And people are so pissed because they're like, this is not as advertised. Like, this, you said it was going to be restored, and it's like, nah, Charles Band just got your money again.
Has he ever not just been full of shit?
I mean, you have to go back and listen to our Full Moon episode.
Yes, yeah, I understand. So, anyways, that movie sucked. But then I watched a movie that I actually liked quite a bit, called Impetigore. Impetigore. I saw you watch this as well, which is nice.
I did. Your strong rating prompted my watching it.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that's like. I don't know if everyone would agree with that, because I don't even know what you thought of this movie. We never talked about it, but I watched this and I was like, I like this. I was like, I don't know what it is. I think this is nice. It was nice, Jarrett. So I watched this in Pedagore.
What country is this from, RJ?
Indonesia.
Yeah.
Indonesia.
And the name of the director?
He's one of my best good friends. His name is Parempam
Jocko Anwar?
Jocko Anwar. What was I reading? Is that the alternative title of this film? Parempon Tana Jananam. I don't know what that is. But Jocko Anwar also did something called Satan's Slaves, which is supposed to be pretty good. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, it's okay.
Is it not as good as in... Well, I still don't know what you think, but
I don't remember like anything about Satan's Slaves. This is better.
Yeah, I would probably watch Satan's Slaves just because I liked this one a lot. But so in Pedagore, I think starts real nice, where you got these two toll booth worker and ladies, and the cars are going by, and a suspicious man comes, and he stays a little too long, Jared. He lingers a little bit more than he should, and they go, "Oh, that guy was weird." And then he walks back. He parks his car a little bit up, and he walks back to the booth, and he starts harassing this poor girl. "Are you from this place? Are you this person?" She says, "No, I don't know what the hell you're talking about." And he assaults her, and he tries to, cut up her legs a little bit.
Really good scene.
Very good. It's super effective. Great opener. So he haunts her a little bit. Like I'm underselling it just so people can experience the tension themselves. But there's really good build up. And it all kind of comes down to him being like,
I was chuckling because like the way that she builds it up, it's the two friends. They both work in the toll booths, and they're just having a conversation between two ladies, and then she's like, "Oh yeah." Then there's this guy in the sedan who keeps driving through. He drives through three times a night, and it's like, "Oh, maybe he works at a graveyard because his hands are always dirty." And she's like, "Oh, don't tell me things like that." And she's like, "Oh shit, here he comes!" And he pulls up, and you see this man just leering and staring, and it's that's some good stuff. And you're just
that was good.
Yeah. And then he kind of like drives off, but then he like parks not that far off, and she's like, "Oh shit, there he is. He's just hanging out." And then it's like, "Oh fuck, he's getting out of the car, he's walking toward us." And then there's this panic, like, "Lock the door, lock the back, and like make sure you're protected, close your window." And then he walks.
But she's stuck.
Over.
She's
stuck.
Nowhere to go.
Yeah, it has like Scream vibes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very well done. The whole opening sequence.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's really well done, and it sets up the movie really nicely. Where it like that scene ends kind of on like a. It's kind of like, oh, what's that about? It's kind of like leaves you. It's like there's like a question. You're like, oh, weird, because he tells the girl, he's like, you gotta go. He's like, take it back. He's like, please, and she's like, I don't even know you. Yeah, he's like, go back to the village. You have to like take it back. And she's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. So then she's like, getting over the horrifying incident and where he cut her. She starts digging around in her leg, finds
while on the toilet.
While on the toilet, yeah, that's important to talk about. And she finds a little rolled up scroll in her leg, and she goes, weird. So she takes a picture of this, Jarrett, like you would. Yeah, I would have thought she'd be a little bit more alarmed by finding rolled up scrolls in your body, but no
biggie. It's Indonesia.
Biggie. It's Indonesia. Anything goes. So her and her friend set out to go to the village and see what's up. Her friend would be played as I would like not annoying, but like too much kind of friend, where she like says too much, where you're like,
Well, so they've quit the toll booth business to start their own clothing store in one of these like, I guess like Asian flea markets, essentially, where it's just like endless corridors of like all these small little business owners that are just like buying crap for low prices and hoping to sell it off to people who don't know better, and they seem to be stuck holding the bag. And so there's a little bit of desperation in terms of like, we need money because we can't make the bills, and this opportunity of finding out like, hey, you have this like village or whatever to go back to, and maybe there's something,
maybe there's something more.
There's something more. And so they follow this lead down, and they rent they take a bus. They take a bus, the bus. There's a man on the bus that speaks Javanian. Javian, and she shows him a picture of the scroll because when her friend walked in back on her when she was in the toilet, she threw the original message in the toilet, and we got this overhead shot. It looked like of a turd going down, and I was like, "This is some RJ cinema right here." No wonder he gave this 4 stars.
Well, you do get that, but she did take a picture of it, and Indonesia is the only place where orangutans inhabit naturally, so it's a pretty cool place, Jared. Pretty cool place.
And then
this old man tells her some startling stuff.
Yeah, this was placed here by like a dark sorcerer or dark magics.
He's like, this is some dark magic. I also liked his very ambiguous thing where he's like, don't worry, I'm making sure none of the evil spirits are on this bus. And she's like, excuse me? And he's like, listen, I know you got some shit going on. I'm on top of this. I'm taking care of it. And you're just like, what a nice old man.
Yeah, kindly.
He informs her that, it's like, that's not good. You don't want that. And she's like, okay, interesting. So they get to the village and they're asking people about the town. Nobody knows.
It is remote. This is a remote village. Yeah.
Well, most people are just downright denying it exists. And then they find one. And it's not like it's like a rickshaw kind of, or it's like horse and buggy.
Yeah.
But the guy's like, yeah, I'll take you there. He's like, but it'll cost you a lot of money because it's really far away. And they're like, okay, whatever. So they go to village, and
they're presenting themselves as students. Doing some research.
Yeah. So they're students doing some research, and this is where this was the one point, and there was a guy's review that I liked that I was thinking this, and then after I watched it, I saw his review. His name's John Hillman, and I was like, oh man, this guy really verbalized this. He articulated what I was trying to say, where the taxi scene and them talking about being students and stuff. This movie, one of the reasons I really liked it was because it's very familiar in like the way that they run the paces with like their job and like all these things like taxis and things like that. But it's in a super unfamiliar culture to me. It's like, I don't know anything about Indonesia, but it's like, but this is all super relatable. It's like, even though they're taking a horse and buggy somewhere, I was like, I feel like I've been on this trip before sometime. So that was one thing that I really liked about this movie was I found it very relatable, even though it's in a culture that is completely new to me. So I was like, that's cool. So the buggy takes them there. They find out that there is kind of like a town shaman, and he's kind of like the leader. It's like, well, you guys got to talk to him eventually. They're walking around. They're trying to talk to anyone they can. The town shaman has a mom who's also involved in stuff, so they try to talk to her too. And then they go find the house that her family owned, and they find it abandoned. So they go, we got no place to stay. Why don't we just shack up in this old abandoned house?
The viney jungle house that's being taken over by foliage. Let's go have a bath in this bathtub.
Yeah. Where else are you gonna go? There's no hotels in this place.
Nope.
You know, nobody will take them in because no one wants to see them. So it's like, yeah, I guess you do have to stay in jungle house. So they stay there, and then they start to find out things about the town. There are elaborate puppet shows that are like backlit, and I don't know if that's strictly Indonesian or if that's like from somewhere else, but I was like, I've seen things like this, but I've never seen this exactly, and I was like, it's kind of neat. I was like, I like the delivery of this puppet show. I was like, it's a fun thing to watch. Do you know what I mean, Jared? I thought it was cool, at least. So you see some puppet shows, and then she gets into, there's like all sorts of ghostly stuff happening, but then she sees she kind of eavesdrops on one of the town deliveries. I don't know if there was something before, like there is a lot of talk about pregnancies and doing things.
A lot of funerals.
And then she watches one of the deliveries of the babies, and the baby comes out, Jarrett, and I gotta tell you, the boy ain't right. The boy ain't right.
The kid ain't got no skin.
He's got no skin. So immediately he goes into the drowning tub, and then you go, oh,
gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
You go, that's probably not good. So she's kind of walking around. She can't find her friend at all. Actually, just before the delivery, the friend says that she's her. She uses her name.
They get kind of So One is off doing an errand, the main character, and then her friend is left at the house, and these two men come and say, hey, yeah, you're not supposed to be staying here. This house is not yours. It belongs to someone else. She's like, oh, yeah, well, I am Rayani, like the name of this, the name of the child of this doctor who lived there. It's kind of like what this girl kind of grew up believing.
Well, it's what the guy at the toll booth called her. He's like, is this your real name? And she's like, I don't know that.
Yeah.
He was like, is this your parents? And she's like, yeah. So like that was where they kind of first got the information.
So she's being kind of questioned, and then she says, I'm this person, because like, well, let's get the ball rolling on this. And they're like, oh, well, we'll take you to go see the shaman right now. Yes, we'll go see him right now. And they start taking her out to the woods. And she thinks it's a completely different scenario than it is. She thinks like, oh shit, these guys are going to try to rape me. But it's like, no. We're not about that here. We're here about purifying the village, and you are the source of the curse that has befallen our village. And she runs away, she trips, she fucks her ankle up real bad. And then she gets literally strung up by her ankles. And we had one of the first shocks of the movie, I guess. We were like, when Mama Shaman shows up, and she's like, what are you doing? Wasting time. There's babies that gotta be delivered. And then there's throat slitting, which is not the last time we'll see some throat slitting in this here picture show.
Yeah. And then I don't know, should I say what happens to the girl afterwards? Because it's kind of a...
If you're trying to sell it, if you're trying to sell this movie for people to check out, they might not have seen it. It's... I think you're much stronger on this movie than me. I think this movie's perfectly watchable. At the end of the day, I'm kind of like, it was okay. Like, it's good.
Yeah, that's fine.
There's some pretty hilarious bits. I don't know if they're intentional or not, where there's an escape being had where she jumps in the back of a truck. And then like the truck's driving along, and then ghost children appear, and then the guy just smashes into a tree, and she gets thrown to safety. Like once they like go into that final sequence of like the ghost kids, well, not even like specifically ghost kids, but just like where everyone is in that jungle at any given time, and like, where's this road? How was she trying to escape? Wait, there's like trucks driving by, but like they had to like rent this like buggy to get to the village, but there's like there's a road right there. So I don't know. There's some questionable like shortcuts that are made. Yeah,
that stuff is I think that is noticeable, and then I do think some of the dead kid stuff is a little bit goofy, like appearing in the passenger seat. I was like, all right. I was like, it's like, I know you were trying to go for it here, but that one didn't totally need it. No. So I don't think it's a perfect movie in any right, because there are things like that aren't great, but I guess just a light spoiler. After that girl is killed, they skin her, and then they use her skin to make the puppets, Jarrett. Because it's the only way to lift the curse. And that's what is at the puppet show.
Flaps.
So then you see, like, it's kind of laid out where it's like why they think the curse is put on them, what's going on with these dead kids that she sees. The one thing that I actually thought was real good was when she's like, why do you kill the babies? And she's like, well, and they're like, well, we let one of them live. Yeah. But... it's not much of a life.
And then you do get to pay off to that. So I had a very different thought of where this movie was going to go at one point, and it didn't kind of tie up that way. And because I thought it was going to go into like Martyrs Land, a little bit, where it goes to Martyrs Town, and then you get like a non-happy ending, but you get togetherness. But we don't get that. We don't get that ending. So I was kind of like, oh, that would have been like a bit more than this sort of like, Impedagore 2.
Well, I think what it was more like, because there's all the talk of like curses can't like they can only change. It's kind of like matter, Jarrett. Matter can't be created or destroyed. It can only be changed, right, Jarrett?
But curses, unlike matter, aren't real.
Well, you got to consult your youth pastor on that one.
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? So I like the backstory to it. I think that stuff is pretty good. I do like the skinned man even though his appearance is brief, I was just like, oh shit. And then I do know what you mean. Like there were parts in this movie that I thought some of them were they hammered exactly the points you think that they're going to, and you're like, okay. But then I was surprised by a few other things as well. So yeah, I don't know what it was. I just the night I watched this, I was like, man, I'm into this.
Very
and
generous.
Yeah, I know. But I will say that I definitely don't think it's like a perfect movie. I don't think everyone will like it, but especially in my creepdom of doing this with you, and especially the movies I've watched so far this month, when I hit Impetigore, I was like, yeah, man, this is good to me. I was like, I like this. So I don't know. I thought it was real good, but I can see why other people would just be like, it's fine.
It's good.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna die on that hill, but I liked it.
Okay.
You know. Yeah. No. Do you want to tell me about any? I did a couple. Right?
Yeah.
Should I throw it back to you?
I'm just trying to pass the conch. Be fair.
Pass the conch.
Yeah.
I mean, I could talk about the Endless if you want.
Okay.
Have you seen the Endless?
I have. I saw it a number of years ago. Yeah. Wow. So I watched this movie called Grave Secrets. Fuck if I remember anything about it other than it's called Paul Lamette of Puppet Masters the fame.
Man, isn't it wild watching these movies the way we do, where it's like you're 30 movies on top of me, but like some of the movies I watched like a week ago, it's like I don't even fucking remember what that movie was about.
Yeah, I watched this a week ago, and I'm like, what was this one? Grave Secrets. I remember just being like, it's an extraordinarily boring movie. Here, fuck, it was this one. Yeah, this movie's crap. Tagline: It's going to be a hell of a night. A woman tormented by ghostly apparitions and a professor of psychic phenomena investigate otherworldly disturbances and unlock the secret of a malevolent force reaching out for vengeance from beyond the grave. Pooh. Pooh.
That sounds in Pedigree.
Yeah.
Not really.
No, this is not great. This like Paul Lamette guy, he keeps showing up in like leading roles. He just doesn't deserve it. There's nothing appealing about this man at all. And actually, this movie, really I was confusing Grave Secrets in my mind with Fatal Exam. Because it's like it's another professor who's also about psychic investigations, and yeah, I just no.
I'm with you. That one sounds good. I'm gonna add Grave Secrets to my watch list.
Outstanding.
And, I'll probably add The Cellar to my watch list as well, because it looks like you gave it pretty high praise.
2.5 stars. The Cellar, directed by Kevin Teeney, who also directed was it Witchboard, Night of the Demons, which is fine. Pinocchio's Revenge.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. I don't like when people like.
What about the second Arrival from 1998?
Like
not Arrival.
Not
like 1996. The Arrival with Charlie Sheen.
Who is Charlie Sheen?
Charles Sheen.
Charles Machine.
Linda Krause. Ron Silver. Directed by David Tuihi. The man who brought us Pitch Black. You never heard of The Arrival?
I've heard of other things.
Okay. Well,
for sure.
So The Cellar, this is, it borders on fine to not great. It's definitely better than Grave Secrets, which I don't remember anything about right now. The Cellar it opens up like it's There Will Be Blood, but instead of blood, it is a ooze.
An ooze? Like an Ivan ooze?
And sure. There is some Native American lore that's posited.
Wow.
There's a man who has to hang around with a magic spear, and he has to stab the ooze to keep it down on the ground after the oil pump has blown up back in olden times, and the son watched his daddy blow up and get also killed by the whatever lurks under the ooze. So he's an old man prospector getting harassed by like a gang in town. Like it never like amounts to anything. You never actually see them ever again. Because this dad, was it Patrick Kilpatrick? That's his name.
That's a real name.
He plays a character named Mance Cashin.
Also, well, I mean that's more believable than his real name.
Patrick Kilpatrick.
Patrick Kilpatrick. Yeah.
So anyway, son knows that there's something going on in the house. There's like essentially one of those demon dogs from Ghostbusters. It lives in the basement.
Zool?
Zool, yeah. There's lots of animals that get dissolved in goo. Basically, it's done by like showing a cat going meow. Like, it's a bunch of kittens, I should point out. It's a bunch of kittens that are like meow, and then like it cuts away, and the next time you see them, there's just like 3 little sets of like cat bones. Like it's just they just got dissolved. That's that. And it happens like with a dog, where it's just like off panel, and then suddenly there's just like bones because it's hungry oozing, and it sucks people in, and yeah, it is a movie, all right. And boy, the way this ends, where the dad is ready to like let his like infant daughter and his son be eaten by whatever you think's in the basement. I'm going to lock you in the kitchen. I'm going to nail open the door to the cellar, and I'm going to lock you in here until you realize that there is no such thing as a monster hound. And then, of course, there's a bunch of commotion in there as the mom's like pleading with the husband, who's just like an abusive asshole. This whole movie.
Is that Patrick Kilpatrick?
Yeah, Patrick Kilpatrick. He's trying to be Wings Hauser, but he's not. And then there's this like cacophony of sounds. She tears the open door, even though let him be in there, let him learn the lesson. And then they open it up, and then it's like, oh, there are kids like up there on the like top of the kitchen counter with the baby. And then they look over, and there's the ghost town. And then the dad's like, oh yeah, I guess this is serious, and he starts shotgunning the thing. And then then it goes to the conclusion, and what have you. Yeah, this is unnoteworthy. There's a reason why no one talks about The Cellar, I don't think.
Patrick Kilpatrick is in Shit Garris's The Stand, though. So we got that going for us.
Is he Randall Flagg in that?
No, he's Ray Booth.
Okay.
Ray Booth.
He's not Gary Sinise?
Ray Sinise character in the new one was played by James Marsden.
Jamie Sheridan is Randall Flagg.
James Marsden is what I said.
I know.
It's the new Gary Sinise, which is actually, it's not. He is kind of the new Gary Sinise.
Yeah.
In a way.
What else? I watched some. I got to embrace some shot on video, as I tend to do these years. I saved them up. I checked out the work of a man named Todd Sheets from Kansas City.
Todd Sheets sounds like a good name.
Yeah, it's really close to another word, Sheets.
Are you talking about shifts, like tectonic plates?
Yeah, shifts, or in other words that sound like shifts.
Spliffs.
Yeah, spliff. So I checked out Zombie Rampage.
That sounds
what do you even
not good.
What do you even say about something like Zombie Rampage from 1989? So my review is yellow streetlights, bulbous jeans, yuppie street gang leader, shirtless machete mullet boys, casual homophobia, mild gore. The entire production looks like they were going to pack into a WCW house show afterwards.
How casual was the homophobia?
Lots of F-bombs, H-bombs, just lobbing them.
Z-bombs?
Casual.
Gotcha.
No.
Yeah, I haven't hit any F-bombs this year for me.
Dang.
Why did the term Indian, which is equally problematic, so...
So the Zombie Rampage even has a tagline. Some Criterions don't even. They're mad as hell, and they're not going to take it anymore. Wow.
Is that the tagline to like a Twisted Sister album?
They're as mad as hell, and now they're not going to take it anymore. That's a cover, RJ. It's not even them.
Yes.
A young man on the way to meet friends at a train station is derailed into a world full of zombies, homicidal gangs, and serial killers in this Niagara of gore.
Niagara of gore?
There's like endless scenes of just like 3 zombies walking around. Endless. And then there's people arguing, talking over one another in rooms. Yeah, Zombie Rampage, it was fine to have on, but wasn't anything to write home about. I definitely think that the superior Todd Sheets film 100% is Zombie Bloodbath.
How are those different?
Well, one's got the dad character who's always wearing his like Kansas City sports team hat. He's got a shotgun that he forgot the ammo in the car for, so he never actually fires it, which is a good way of saving money when you're making a cheap movie. And this guy just like walks through zombies, like they're getting like slammed with like 20 zombies, and he just like raises his arms up and goes, oh, and like runs right through, and the zombie just let him pass. And you're like, that guy knows how to get through things. He's wonderful. I love this. I love that guy. He's the best part of that movie. It's also about endless zombies, but just like on a technical level, Zombie Bloodbath is a much better made movie than Zombie Rampage. And it tells you because it came out 4 years later.
Was it anything like the circular moving zombies at the end of Cell?
Kind of, but more like 90s padded out winter coats because it was a little chilly out there. I also checked out another one of his movies, this Todd Sheets, called Goblin.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool name.
It is.
I like anything Goblin.
This like poster shows like some sort of cloaked demon thing with like long green hands, and he's like approaching this lady with big hair. Man, this Goblin though is this fucking bullshit. This is like it's a guy. He's just like got full on like man arms. He's wearing jorts, and he's got a bunch of like a hobo cape jacket, and he's got just like this piece of shit demon makeup, and he just kills people. But man, between these two movies, I don't know sure what Todd Sheets has got going on in his head, but this guy likes to really show things going into buttholes. Like scythes going into crotches or spears going up through people's butts and out their chests and stuff like that. It's like always like, and there's like lots of like close-ups of this, just like, I don't know, this is like a pair of jeans that they've just like stuffed full of like whatever, and they've got like blood coming out of this thing. You're like, oh, it's happened again. Todd Sheets, he's really like, this is going to be my thing, and this is like. He's both these Goblin and Zombie Bloodbath, which has got this whole manipulation, are both from 1993. So
the what?
Whole manipulation. It's like like glory holes, but or the Gowron hole.
The Gowron hole. See, that's something I can get behind. I don't. Did you write that down when you watched the movie, or did you come up with it just now?
What's that? Whole manipulation?
Yes.
I just came up with it now, RJ.
Okay. I just curious. Just curious.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a theme. If you're curious about whole manipulation, Todd Sheets is your guy.
I'd say if you're curious about the thing that Jarrett just said, contact him directly and let him know what it is you're curious about specifically what it is you're interested in. Okay.
Holes.
Specifically. Yeah, the digging of individual holes, John Voight style. Yeah. And when you watch Holes, that'll make a lot more sense to you.
Okay.
Holes.
Tell me about The Endless.
It's endless.
Yeah.
Well, it's.
Did you ever watch their other?
Long.
Have you ever watched their good movie?
Yeah. I've watched Spring.
Yeah.
I think you pushed that on. Spring's pretty good.
Yeah, Spring's good.
I think The Endless is fine, but it's not as good as Spring.
Yeah.
So it's got a couple notches that I like. It's got cults, which is cool. It's got aliens, or the prospect of aliens, I should say. They talk about aliens, which I like. And I think that they're going for a good thing here, but I think when they made the Endless, they had just watched Primer, and they're like, yeah, we're into Primer, we can do that.
I feel like all their movies are kind of like that, though. Like even this next movie of theirs, they got synchronic. Time is an illusion.
I honestly, if I could give them any advice, I would say enough with the time stuff. Do something else.
Go read some Walden. Upstream Color.
Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. So the Endless isn't it's not bad. Like I did like it. It's a decent enough movie. Two guys who get out of a cult. The one guy was younger, so he wants to go back to the cult because he's like, maybe it wasn't all crazy, and there they are, and everyone's actually having fun. And then this is the one where I think it kind of fits into a thing that I think that both of us like, but it's not quite that. And here's the spoiler. But the purgatory hell world that's like cyclical, kind of like as above, so below, kind of falls into that. But I don't think it's not as effective. And there were a few parts, like, I don't think the movie's trying to be overcomplicated, but there were a few parts where I was kind of like, I'm not sure what's happening in this moment. It's like they didn't give me quite enough. And I know it's like, yeah, there's going to be payoff later. And it's like, that's fine. But I think sometimes it's like when you do that too much, you're kind of like, I don't get anything out of this in a few sense. But I don't know. I thought the cult stuff was cool. I did like some of the time loopy stuff. And I don't know. These guys are all right. I like them. But it's not a great movie. It's just a movie.
It's kind of a disappointment too.
Yeah,
because you're watching, you're kind of like, ooh, this could be real good stuff. Because there's these weird formations, and you're like, what is this all about? How is this going to pay off? And then it's just like, nah, it's going to loop around, baby. You're like, oh fuck, I don't want that. I don't want this type of movie, do I? And you're just like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
I just noticed here on Letterboxd, there's a review that's like 2.5 stars. When an ambitious indie sci-fi drama doesn't make sense and doesn't live up to its potential, love it.
Yeah, that's good.
So,
that's
but the men folk don't like that, because you get here's some of the responses that this Lucy person got from a man. Kyle face palm. Another person went, didn't make sense how. And then another, maybe go a bit more in depth when you decide to make such bold claims. Jesus Christ.
What are their bold claims about? Cults?
Did you ever watch Resolution, which is like their first movie?
No, I've only seen Spring.
And it ties into this movie. Like you actually see characters. It's like you don't need to know.
I don't want to do homework.
You don't need to know that, but it's like a side thing. You're like, oh, hey, it ties in. Yeah, it explains that movie.
Okay,
I bet.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not a big thing. Fine. It's not earth shaking, but and then of course some other chap. Shut the hell up, please. You have thoroughbreds on your favorites list. You like another movie. You don't get to have opinions. And then someone's like, it makes sense. And then this one, I guess I'm going to assume woman comes in here and goes, everyone in these comments is so salty. And then someone's comments have been deleted. And she continues, the sexism is palpable. Talking to you is pointless. I hope you grow up one day and let women have opinions and make jokes without you then feeling the need to start a pissing contest. Have a good day. And then she's like, she's troubling you by having an opinion, by writing a review on a website designed for sharing reviews. Did she at you? Did she force you to read this review? And it's like, you are so confused. I'm no longer wasting my time here. I don't need any validation from you, and you are a sexist. I hope I never cross paths with you again. Anyways, I agree with this review. This is like drama, Letterboxd drama. Don't say anything about the Dude Bro movie, because they're going to get you.
It's weird that all this stuff happened on this movie, or like all these people are talking about this thing, and it's like, no offense, but who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, who fucking cares? It's just a movie, you guys.
I just saw Sam Loveland logged anyway. Joyride.
Joyride is good stuff.
Candy cane.
Exactly. I was gonna comment it, but I figured you would probably get in there with some candy cane stuff. Joyride's good. Although weird thing is, I saw on Amazon Prime they retitled it, which I think is a big mistake. And it said Joyride, but then there's an alternative title, and I was like, that's a mistake, you guys. You shouldn't retitle Joyride. Joyride's a perfect title.
And I agree with Sam. They don't make them like they used to.
Oh, they don't make movies like Joyride. Oh,
Well,
yeah, so they
well,
retitled it.
you know what they should do?
Roadkill.
But he should watch Breakdown. So that's a good.
Wow.
That's some good '90s thriller action right there.
You could watch Breakdown. What do you think of the alternative title, Roadkill?
Oh, that's dumb.
Yeah,
Or how about watch what's the other movie I always think about is Jeepers Creepers.
I mean, I know, but that guy raped a bunch of people.
Well, one child.
Wow. I mean, I think one rape is.
Hey, you know what's funny is
enough.
you know what's nice is we don't even have to say allegedly.
No, yeah, he just full did it.
Well,
right?
he was convicted, so
Yeah.
like the media, we can just say it's like, oh yeah, remember that time he molested that kid on the set of the movie he was directing, Clown House, with Sam Rockwell, little Sam Rockwell, who was not the victim. But you know what, Francis Ford Coppola is like, you need another chance, Victor Silva, what's his name?
It's something like that.
Oh, I should make sure I'm not using the wrong name.
Yeah, you better be careful. Hey, do you want me to tell you about Freebirds?
No. Fuck you. Don't waste my time.
It's
it is right. Victor Salva.
Okay,
Yeah.
you got him.
Not Silva. Salva.
Hey, we're about to talk
Like
about
Salvia.
Thanksgiving movies because Canadian Thanksgiving's in October, and the Addams Family values
Do what you
is a
want to
Thanksgiving
do.
film.
Yeah,
No, I'm not going to talk about
generally.
Freebirds.
Okay.
Wait, why did I jump in at all? Was I talking or were you talking?
Yeah, I was talking about Sam Loveland.
Oh, I forgot if I was doing movies or if you were doing.
I don't know. What do you want to talk about? You were talking about The Endless. And...
Oh yeah, it's fine. I watched Death Weekend, which is a Canadian film.
Oh, and are you aware, RJ, that the man who directed this, wrote it, William Fruitt, was born and raised in Creepsville. And that Death Weekend was inspired by an incident with some rural folk just outside of Creepsville. I'll let you just imagine what town this would have been nearby. But now, this whole incident of the film did not play out, but it did. Like the Don Stroud character, all of that was like weird, like incident on their country road, and people racing and wanting to play. Yeah, that was inspired by by his own experiences.
I had no idea, but I like this movie a little bit more now because
I thought you would.
Yeah, and it's a good movie.
This movie's got one of the greatest hard C drops I've ever seen in a movie.
Oh, there's a couple in this one.
When I was watching this, good God, I was just like, oh God, like he's so. Don Stroud is the embodiment of just vile, toxic masculinity. This angry, hateful. Oh man, this guy, he's good. He's good in this, and he's scary.
He's really good in this. I did not. That blows my mind, but makes sense. So Death Weekend. I think you talked about this sometime. Sure.
I mean, I watched this like probably almost 10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And I probably brought it up because I think we talked about William Fruitt before.
Maybe.
I think this is probably his best movie that I've seen.
It's good, and it's so I watched it on Shudder, so they actually have a good copy of it. That's why I checked it out. But so guy and girl, guy's a dentist. He's real rich. Girl's not impressed by his wealth. The guy's taking her out to his lake house, and then on the road, a different muscle. So she's driving. She has to drive his muscle car, and then a different muscle car approaches behind them, and they want to race. But these guys are a little aggressive, Jarrett. They're trying to force the car off the road. They're not letting them pass. They're slowing down, not letting them leave either. So the girlfriend's got to race them, and she races them pretty good. It's actually, I was watching. I was like, this is some good car chasing on this, like this 70s car stunting. And she loses them. They fly off, and this guy goes, that. What does he say, Jerry? It's the hard C. He's something about. He's like, I'm gonna get that.
Yep.
I actually have no problem with the C word. I don't care, but I don't want to be recorded saying it. So those guys don't like it, and they are on the hunt looking for them. These guys switch out their car, or dentist and lady switch out their car, go to the lake house. Lady's like, I'm gonna like have a shower, clean up, and he's like, okay. And she's like, when are all those people coming? He's like, oh, they're coming later. He told her that there was gonna be a party out there that weekend. And so she goes to shower, and then he reveals a like double-sided glass or something that she can't see, but he's on the other side taking pictures. I was like, this dude's a pervert, a real pervert. And then she comes out. She's like, where are all the people? And he's like, give me a break. No one's coming. You know what this is about. And she's like, what? She's like, you told me there was going to be a big party out here. And he's like, you know what this is about.
And, yeah, you can't see what RJ's doing, but he's leaning in, and you're like,
And I think this movie has a nice kind of balance between this guy who is like forceful, sexual, but he has like money and things, and then he's like, you should have did it. But then the actual big rapists come in,
the straw dogs.
The straw dog rapists, but it's like, which one was better? He was trying to be forceful too. I mean, they actually did rape her, so that's worse. But those guys come in, and they have some fun. This movie gets into some difficult.
That's an interesting choice of words, RJ.
They have some fun.
Yeah.
Well, not during the rape. They mess up the guy's house real good. They have fun messing up the guy's house and calling him a wiener and things like that. They once there's a boating scene which is pretty incredible. Like when the drunk good guys try to come to save the day and they just get boat killed. You're like, oh fuck.
Yep.
But then when the bad guys ride the boat onto land, like that boat was fucked. Like when they made this movie, they're like, okay, this has got to be the last scene here. And it's like, this is a dangerous stunt, but you guys are gonna ride this boat right on the shore. This boat's gonna be fucked.
Yeah, this was I believe shot in Ontario too.
Yeah. So
which I have commented before with Sudden Fury is I really love 70s 80s rural Ontario. It's a great backdrop to movie making stuff. Like I love it. Looks good.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah. So it's a little bit more rape than I would prefer.
Sure.
But
that's
it's
fair.
It's a good show. It's a good tense show, and it's got good 70s Canadian stuff, like you said. And I liked it. I liked those parts about it before I even knew it was based on Creepsville. So now I'm even more like, oh shit.
Yeah.
But Death Weekend's pretty good. Pretty good little show.
Nice.
Pretty good little show. What about you? Did you watch any movies?
Yeah, you know about Quentin Dupuis?
Dupuis? The
director of Rubber.
I know Rubber. I haven't seen it, but I know it.
Well, this guy directs some off-kilter films, things like Greasy Strangler, not which he didn't do, but it's in the realm.
The realm.
The movie Wrong, Wrong Cops, Reality, and then most recently he directed Deerskin.
Oh, okay.
Which,
and what was that like?
The tagline is Killer Style. A man's obsession with owning the designer deerskin jacket of his dreams leads him to turn his back on his humdrum life in the suburbs below his life savings and even turn him to crime. So this is a man who's very passionate about his Italian cut 100% deerskin jacket with tassels. He winds up with a hat and boots and pants. He doesn't really know what he's doing, nor do we. He starts making videos with a little mini DV camera that he gets from the guy who sells him the jacket. He's just filming stuff in his room, and he films a mountain off in the distance. But then he starts having a relationship with his jacket. His jacket is talking to him and saying, "You know what I would like?" He's like, "What would you like?" "I want to be the only jacket in the world." And then our main character, George, he's like, "Well, that's great because I want to be the only person who wears a jacket in the world." So they start coming up with a way to solve this under the guise of like, well, I'm going to make a movie about people just saying that I will never wear a jacket again. So he offers to pay people $100 a head to throw their jackets into the backseat of his trunk, and then he just takes them. But of course, people think like they're being paid for an acting job, but he just drives off with their jackets and he collects them. He buries them in a hole.
I like the setup to this.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Well, this is about over half of the movie is this like getting to this point. But then he starts getting resistance, and he can no longer afford to pay people the $100. Money's tight. He's like apparently in the midst of divorcing his wife. He's eating out of garbage cans. It's a topic dear to all of our hearts. The plight of the garbage man. And then he eventually has to break off a blade of a ceiling fan. He sharpens it by dragging it down concrete, driving down the road. And he proceeds to dispatch of people and take their coats while filming it.
I kind of like it.
Yeah,
It sounds good.
It's like my only problem with this. It's like it's kind of short. It's like 77 minutes long, and then when it gets to the end, you're just like, "What?" It's like that's it. I guess that's all he had to say. He's like, "Leave it at that. Leave it at that."
He's like, "This is it. This is all I got for you guys."
Yeah, this is a slasher? Question mark. I don't know, but I don't know. This is like it's definitely like it feels like indie Euro, like 2000s, like deadpan comedy.
Yeah.
And like this guy's so much about his jacket. Like everything's about the jacket. It's that I appreciated.
I like it.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I've sold you on deerskin, have I?
Yeah, as soon as you said jacket, I was like, okay.
Yeah, it
tell me more.
doesn't even quite fit him. It's just like it's a little high. It's a little high. But it's all about this jacket. He pays it a lot of respect.
Like I said, I like it. I like a good jacket film.
I was trying to take some screenshots of like when he sees the jacket for the first time. And it's being showcased by this like schlubby bearded man. He's like, yeah, and it's like, yeah. Look, it used to have the name tag on the back, but I cut it out because it rubbed against my neck. And like, but the George's response when he sees it is just like, fuck, like it's so good.
I mean, have you ever owned a jacket that just gave you a lot of confidence and you're like, that is a good coat?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Good coat. Good coat.
So this is like a film about clothing that I watched. So I'm like, I'm going to follow it up with this movie I'm seeing, I think over on Prime, called Slacks.
Ooh.
This is about killer jeans.
Yeah.
But it's got a message, RJ. It's got a message about the exploitation of labor in third world countries.
Okay.
That's where these jeans come from.
I know you're a killer objects man,
Yeah.
so Slacks sounds like it's up your alley.
Yeah, and the tagline for this film is "an ass to die for," because it's like jeans referring to it. This is also a Canadian film. I think this is probably
too many of those.
What's her Elza Kephart? This feels like exactly like the shit that Canadian filmmakers do make, though. Real corny humor. And very
we're
like
pretty embarrassing.
Like and stuff like kind of like weird like race jokes. They're like, you're just saying that because I'm Indian, and it's like, oh God, why even bother? Why even bother? But then it's like, then there's a payoff of like, oh, you do listen to Bollywood music.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
So wait, do you listen to Bollywood?
And then there's some pretty lame stuff in this. It's supposed to be like trying to like it's trying to be biting, RJ.
Is it potentially skewering?
Manipulated holes. Yeah. So that was no good. And then I watched another film from a director I checked out last year, who I quite liked his movie. Joe Bagos directed a movie called Bliss that I liked a lot last year. I thought it was very cool.
Right.
This year I watched The Mind's Eye, available on Hoopla. And I had seen a few people watching this that aren't fans. You know, I saw Sam Sanchez gave this half a star. Corey Nalder gave it 2 stars. And I'm like, ooh. And he likes his psychics in movies. Because this is like very much derivative of Scanners. And this is poop. In the same way that Slacks was, but even less money, less well made. My review is pretty lengthy, asking if you like certain things, then this movie has it. The psychic battles, RJ, are lots of people like making like constipation faces.
Like, could you explain? Could you show me this face?
Well, imagine, if you will, trying to, with great force, push something out of your body, and it's starting to strain, and it's starting to give.
Could you? A demonstration would be appreciated.
You know what? I would just recommend people maybe check out Mind's Eye from their Hoopla via their public library. It's free. It's got to get a membership. But there's endless scenes of people just shitting their pants, looking at each other real hard, and people shaking their guns because they forget, oh no, this guy is telekinetic, and I keep forgetting I have to shoot them, because then they can like make them go, ah. And then this happens
that again?
This happens 4 times in like 10 minutes. You're like, what the fuck?
One of those.
Larry Fessenden is also in this movie because he's in everything.
Yeah.
Everyone,
he's in a bit much, I think.
Yeah, he shows up. But every once in a while, he directs a really good movie, which you should watch this year. Depraved.
And how depraved was it?
Not really. I think it's a good picture show. Not like Mind's Eye, which is poor. And apparently his Alien movie, Almost Human, is really bad. So that's exciting.
Oh.
Because I also watched, I can jump ahead a little bit, VFW, RJ.
Right. Yeah. The meth, hopped up meth
versus veterans.
Yeah. And what'd you think of old VHF, veteran friends?
It looks like crap.
Just the film?
Yeah, like it looks bad. I don't know.
I don't remember.
It feels Canadian in bad ways. But I mean, if you're just like looking for gore, I guess, like endless gore and people getting decapitated and just like people just being violently dispatched without any stakes or gravitas to their demises, sure, VFW might work for you, but I was like kind of just really underwhelmed by this. It did. Like I was reading some reviews from the snooty critics, I guess, who were like, this is like just such Carpenter light crap, and I was like, oh, that's kind of lazy, that's kind of dumb, why do we have to shit on it for that? And then I watched and I went, oh, it is. It is that. It is just like a solid Precinct 13-ish action, but with no. Even though it's got like a pretty sweet cast, Fred Williamson. I don't care about Stephen Lang, but George Went's in this, but he's barely in it.
Yeah, I could have used a little more George Wendt, and I feel like he kind of disappears off screen. No, a little bit like
he runs up to the parking lot. And it's dispatched, and that's it. That's it.
Yeah,
you're like, oh, he's gone. He barely did anything.
Yeah, I could have used some more George. Some more George.
George.
Do you ever get any George?
Only the ones that you give me.
I don't have much.
No. Not
really.
But what do you got to talk about?
Let me see. Chain Letter from 2010.
Yeah, it seems like this one's your pick of the litter.
Well, it's a Brad Dourif affair.
Yes.
And the reason I'm watching this was because I had a different Brad Dourif movie on here that for the last I don't know, 8 years was available on Letterboxd until this week, or not on available on Netflix until this week when I was trying to watch it, and it is no longer on Netflix. So I was like, oh, so I gotta find a new Brad Dourif movie. So I watched Chain Letter, and it's kind of like, it's like an urban legend, like kind of thing. Like, well, I mean, obviously, like chain letters were an urban legend thing. Did you ever get one of those when you were growing up, like on your dial-up computer? You get an email. It's like, if you don't send this to 10 other people, you're gonna have your ass blown out and you're gonna die.
Your hole's gonna be manipulated.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it. A nice way to put it. So it's kind of like that, but this is also a big movie about, you know, dangers of the internet. And there's this weird like government surveillance thing where, so Brad Dourif plays a teacher, and he's like, cell phones are killing you and communities. That's my Brad Dourif. And so there's this weird thing about like government monitoring, and I'm like, what is the point of this? Like, I don't get it. Keith David is in this as well as a detective, which is pretty cool. But yeah, man, this movie sucks real bad. There's this really embarrassing scene where it's like one of the ladies who didn't reply to a chain letter, she dies, right? And the way she dies is she gets like hooked up to 2 chains, one chain on one side of her body, one chain on the other side, and then the chains are tied to like 2 vehicles, and it's like these like very prim and proper people, and it's like a businessman and a businesswoman, and they're like coming out to their cars, and they're like, we're very busy, we gotta go. And then the wife is like, I'm very busy, I gotta go. And the man is like, I'm very busy, I gotta go too. So they get in their cars and they start driving away, and they're just dragging this lady's body behind their cars. And I was like, okay, interesting. And then they just kind of like turn off, and then the body just like gets ripped apart. And I was like, that's not like a horrible kill scene, but I was like, it's the way it was presented in this movie was not good, Jarrett. It was not good. It was not good, Jarrett.
No, not good.
So this is just a bad movie outright. And yeah, not good.
But this director's movies all look so great.
What else did he make? Or what else did they make? Let's see here. Chain Letter by Dion Taylor. The Intruder, Black and Blue, Fatale, Traffic. Man, I know Traffic with Halle Berry. Meet the Blacks, The House Next Door, Supremacy. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah, it wasn't a good show, Jarrett, and I don't recommend it to anyone.
Okay.
Not anyone. But I got my Brad Dourif pick in, and that's all I got to say about that.
Very well.
Do you want me to tell you about Frankenstein?
Yeah, please. Some Hammerstein.
Yeah, I mean, I try to hit my quota for Hammer films, so I'm up to, for Frankenstein's, I'm up to Frankenstein Must Be Destroyed, which is pretty standard Hammer fare. Not much goes on in this other than what you'd expect. Other than there's a very aggressive scene in this. So I was watching this on like Sunday or something, and I was like 40 minutes in or whatever, and then Andrea came downstairs for like 10 minutes, and she came down during the 10 minutes that there is that super aggressive rape scene in this movie.
I've never seen it.
I mean, it's kind of
it
weird.
is. I think it's next for me as well. I guess if I have to watch a Hammer film, I should get that one out of the way too.
It's I don't know how to describe this. So Frankenstein's in a new town, and he's tricked new people to be his assistants. It's a young kid who likes science, and then his girlfriend. And then Frankenstein is just like, all right, you guys give me whatever I want. I'm gonna move some brains around, the general thing. And there's a scene where he sends the guy off, and then he says to the girl, "You stay." And she's like, "Okay." And he walks up to her room, and she's like, "Do you need anything, Baron Frankenstein?" And he's like, "No, not currently." And she's like, "Okay, good night." And then she's like, I'll see you tomorrow. And then he comes into her room and closes the door, and she's like, "I don't feel comfortable right now." And then he rips all her clothes off in a super aggressive way, and you're just like, whoa. It's really zoomed in too. She's wearing one of those strap-in like girdle things, and he like flips her on her back and he rips it apart. And I was like, man, I don't want to see Peter Cushing just full on raping people in this movie. But which was weird for me.
Peter Cushing, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Grand Moff Tarkin.
I know, that's what I thought.
You're supposed to be one of the good ones.
He's supposed to be, but he wasn't in this one. So anyways, he raped that chick. And Andrea was there just to watch that part, and then she's like, all right, I'm done, and she went upstairs, and I was like,
I understand. She's like, I understand what this Creeptober's all about.
Well, I always say too, I was like, this is like, I thought it was the 70s, it was 69. I was like, this is like a 70s like old Frankenstein movie. I was like, I didn't think there was gonna be a bunch of rape in it, and she's like, sure, and I was like, yeah, all right. So anyways, that's Frankenstein for you.
That's Frankenstein.
Yeah. What about you? Did you watch any movies?
Sure, I can blast through a few and bring us up to date. So one of the better films I watched was Castle of Blood.
Ooh.
Which looks like some real grandpa action. It's an Italian film from 1964. Originally was going to be directed by Sergio Corbucci, but then wound up being directed by Antonio Margheriti.
Yes.
The tagline, RJ: "The living and the dead change places in an orgy of terror."
That sounds aggressive.
A writer accepts a wager that he cannot spend the night alone in a haunted castle on All Souls Eve. So it's also a Halloween movie. Once night falls at the castle, several who had been murdered therein return to life, reliving their deaths and seeking to kill the writer for his blood in a vain attempt to stay alive beyond that one night. So this movie opens up with Edgar Allan Poe. He's in a bar.
Mm-hmm.
And
like the Edgar Allan Poe?
It's Edgar Allan Poe, an actor playing Edgar Allan Poe.
Okay.
And he's telling a story. And then a journalist comes along and is like, well, I think it's a bunch of malarkey. And then this old guy says, oh, yeah, well, I've got an old castle. I'll bet you $100 you can't spend the night in there. And the writer's like, yes, well, I'll show you. And so the first 45 minutes of this is a man walking around with like a candelabra through a dark mansion and like being startled by things. But then spooky things start happening. Like he looks over at this room and there's like a dance hall happening and there's all these people. And then the door closes and then he opens it up and then there's nobody there. And he's like, oh, spooky. And then he runs into these two sisters, one of them played by Barbara Steele. And he's kind of like experiencing their story without really understanding what they are. And then they start, one's plotting against the other and Barbara Steele's trying to help but probably being aloof about it. And I was at this point I was kind of like checked out on the movie. I was kind of like, I don't know, this is kind of just your typical 1960s haunted house story with like, oh, but it's historical and it's a period piece and nothing too exciting or crazy is going to happen. But then like something changes, and it's probably the last 35 minutes of the movie when everything kind of clicks into place and you realize, okay, he's been being introduced to these other characters and he's gone through one cycle of these people living out their last days, and now we're resetting to him now getting to be stuck with the next ghost in their last day, and then he gets to see the next person. And I was like, oh, this is actually really in line with kind of what I've always wished I'd seen in like a haunted house movie where time doesn't really matter. It's like, oh yeah, you're getting to experience it because it's time. It's a circle. And like,
is it no corners?
No corners.
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting. And then he's like, kind of, you don't know how in danger he is in anything, and then he gets to see everybody's death kind of play out. And there's this just gigantic, jacked, shirtless man who just keeps killing people.
This guy must have a thing for that because Antonio Margheriti is the man who brought us the Hunter from the Future, a film that you have seen.
I have.
Yeah, and must be a big fan of, apparently.
Am I? So
wow,
I don't know about that. Yeah. So anyway, and then it turns into this, where this this reporter, journalist, writer guy. He's going to get out.
Where does he got to get out?
He's going to get out of this castle of blood.
Why?
Because they want his blood, and then he's going to be stuck in the cycle too. So he's got to get the
circle.
So he's got to get the fuck out. So that's cool. Yeah, this movie was really neat.
No corners.
Great atmosphere. It looks really cool. The ending's. I think the ending's really hits a perfect note of weirdness and like sadness, but sweetness. Yeah, no, it was good. I liked it. It was a pleasant surprise on Hoopla.
Hoopla. I added it to my list.
Do it.
Because it sounds good.
Yeah, it's
but
good.
I don't have Hoopla.
Yeah, you can very easily.
I can't, but yeah, that's fine.
How about The Armoire, RJ? Another short film. This one stars Strange Dave, who is also the Smiling Man.
What?
Yeah, so yeah, I didn't know this, and then I'm watching it, and I'm like, it's another like, oh, spooky man in a house, and it's like, call up Strange Dave. He knows what to do. He probably took like a workshop with what's his name, Doug Jones at one point.
Oh God!
Could you imagine? He was my greatest student.
Could you imagine the workshops?
Yeah.
So, wait, what was this guy's name? Doug?
Strange Dave.
Strange Dave. And was he strange?
So Armoire is definitely better, way better than The Smiling Man. I'd say it's worth your 14 minutes. Don't think about it too much. It's got one definite like jumpy scare that's like, oh, like, but other than that, it's fine.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance you'd enjoy this.
I will keep it under advisement.
Yeah, you could squeeze her in.
Maybe not this year, but maybe next year, and I'll be like, I don't know why I watched this, and you'll go, oh, I watched it, and I'll go, oh,
I see. I also checked out Hand Fart.
Yeah, that's a short film that I have seen.
Yeah. The highlight really comes down to the doctor. Who just this young man, he's just finished up his like physical and he's doing great. He squeezes his hands together, palm to palm, hands facing opposite, and makes a hand fart sound. And the doctor's like, whoa, what was that? And everything takes a real serious turn. He's like, what? I'm like, no, I do it like all the time. I do it every day. And the doctor's reaction just, fuck. It's so timeless. It's like the high. It's like all you need. It's all you really need. Everything else is like exactly almost like what you'd expect, arguably. But and then that doctor's good. He defines hand fart. It's what 2 minutes long or something like that. It's worth a YouTube view, and then you can forget about it and move on with your life and go, why did I listen to Jared? And why does RJ laugh?
I got no opinion on this hand fart. I didn't even rate the thing.
I know, so, it's sad.
I can't remember it all that well.
Hey RJ.
Yeah.
Do you know about the movie The Hole in the Ground?
All I know is that there's some real complicated politics at play with this whole talk in this episode. This is gonna go down as one of the strangest of the holes.
Well, when I'm watching a movie about holes and boys, and I think about boys' souls, and I think about boys' holes as troll tolls.
Yes,
and,
yes.
Daymans and Nightmans from those who are uninitiated. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So that clouded my mind at times watching this. So anywho, so this is a offering from our friends. A24, I think, distributed this.
Yes, it is. I think it's an A24 affair.
They did not produce. They didn't make it, but they distributed it. Because this is definitely something that would interest them a great deal. This is something they could market. Because that's what they do. So, this one's tagline is Fear the Familiar. Trying to escape her broken past, Sarah O'Neill is building a new life on the fringes of a backwood rural town with her young son Chris. A terrifying encounter with a mysterious neighbor shatters her fragile security, throwing Sarah into a spiraling nightmare of paranoia and mistrust as she tries to uncover if the disturbing changes in her little boy are connected to an ominous sinkhole buried deep in the forest that borders their home.
So what's in that hole?
Spoilers?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
Moloids.
Like chuds?
Like chuds. The Irish cousin of chuds. Moloids,
Wow.
apparently. That's right, RJ. Because this is just full-on spoiler talk. Who cares?
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
gave you a warning. So, what's going on is there's like a sinkhole in the middle of the forest. And you go, ooh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Well, one day, this kid goes off into the woods and disappears. And then suddenly he's acting a little different. And then, of course, this mom who's like running away from something. And the whole movie has this thing, I feel, that's like making you question whether or not she's all right in the head. She's got this big gash on her forehead that she kind of conceals with her hair. Maybe she's trying to get away from an abusive relationship with her, like the boy's father. But they never get into that. But it's like kind of left, and you're like, oh, is she going crazy? Is she imagining all this? Is it all in her head? She's on medication, but she told the doctor she's not on medication. Could she be lying? So the whole time, I got my foot out of this movie, being like, okay, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm waiting for like, oh, it all turns out she's crazy, because that's what these movies do. But then no, because it lays on the ambiguity so much for such a big chunk of the movie that I think it's just better to be like, no, the movie should have just been played it straight and been like, nah, this is about moloids, and they apparently can replace people, and
Just like full on, just replacing people.
yep, and they have and the moloid replacements have super strength, and they beat up the little kids are
They have super strength.
this kid starts throwing his mom around in a scene that's supposed to be like disturbing, and you're just kind of like, oh, that's a bit much.
You go, moloids, what do you do?
Moloids. Oh, but it's not till the end that you see the moloids. It's something like kind of reminiscent of Bone Tomahawk and like kind of the, oh god, what's going on in this hole? These underground people. But yeah, it's like Descent-ish, kind of like they like protoplasmic moloids. They're like scurrying around. That's kind of cool. But this movie just like, it has no ending. Other than like, oh,
It just stops.
they don't like mirrors, the moloids. They don't like mirrors because you can see their true selves. I'm like, well, that's going to be a problem. Yeah, like you're not going to be able to get very far avoiding mirrors.
Can anyone see them in the mirrors, or is it only themselves that can see
I
themselves?
think you can see them. You can see the moloid.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
But you don't know the whole movie. You don't know they're moloids, and then you get to the end, and you go, "Whoa, what's this all about? This seems out of place." And then you're like, "Oh, they're fine." You're like, "What? How did like I don't know?" There's some like shit where if you as soon as you go, "Wait, how did they get out of the hole carrying this child? This like giant sinkhole? Oh, she just got out." You're like, "But it seems like it was really far down, deep and stuff."
How deep?
Deep
Okay. What else was in that hole?
moloids.
Oh, okay.
And bones of children and
Was
people.
Gowron down there at all?
No Gowron.
Damn.
Yeah. There was no manipulation either, if you're wondering.
None?
None.
Well,
Another good movie to be
Yeah.
watched on Netflix is His House.
Netflix.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Netflix?
No,
I'm gonna watch Netflix things over here. What are you talking about?
I
His
know.
House. So what's? Oh, this is a new movie.
yeah.
Damn.
So this is a curious movie that I think you would be into.
Yeah. I did see this pop up. Just the picture alone, I like, or the stills that like ran through on Netflix. I was kind of like, that looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I've
about.
seen this.
So, I mean,
yeah.
the synopsis here is after making a harrowing escape from war-torn South Sudan, a young refugee couple struggle to adjust to their new life in a small English town that has an unspeakable evil lurking beneath the surface. So, I mean, I think honestly, the less said, the better.
Okay.
Watching this, I mean,
Maybe I'll check this out this year.
yeah, I mean, I think
It's
this is it's a very different type of movie than
I gotcha.
you would expect. I think our associate Corpse seems to be quite negative on this film, saying that this is for the Conjuring crowd. But that is like, I don't know. The Conjuring's about nothing.
You don't subscribe to the
I think his house is actually about something.
Yeah.
So The Conjuring is just like, I'm also not a fan of that movie at all. But I think the house is like this. This is a different thing. Horror is just there, and then it goes into like real horror, and then there's like, then there's your spook house horror.
Ooh, I like Spook House.
Yeah.
My main question is, how many moloids are there?
Not very many. Not gonna lie.
Not many?
Yeah, there's not very many in his house, if that's what you mean. Unless you were still talking about Hole.
Well, I don't know anymore.
This movie's called His House, not His Hole.
Well, it's hard to tell with you now.
The one character in this, he does make holes in walls.
So it is a holes movie.
So RJ, tell me about Ratma.
Ratma? I love Ratma.
and thus do you love VHS 94?
Honestly, I actually kind of like this movie, and I don't know. People seem to be super negative on it, but I was like, "This is the best VHS I've seen." Well, actually, that's hard to say. This is
It's got a 3. It seems like people are like all about the same page. It's like, this is decent. Yeah. This is decent.
Yeah, I liked Ratma quite a bit.
Tell us about VHS 94.
Okay. Well, the first one opens, and
so I'll to explain to anyone who doesn't know. So VHS is a anthology series that kind of takes the idea of like found footage tapes, and there's usually a framing device that's really lame, just like here. Really shitty, and you're like, what's going on? There's an underground tape trade, and somebody's like broken into somewhere, or they're like finding all these tapes, and the idea is that the movie then moves into like, hey, let's check out what this tape is, and then you get to watch the whole clip as it plays out on the tape that's completely edited. And so they've done 4 of these now. I've never actually seen Viral, which is the 3rd one.
I don't think I have either.
But I have seen the first one, which I liked. The second one's not bad, and this one's about the same level as 2 on the whole. But yeah, Viral sounds like it's supposed to be like the shits.
That's too bad. It's too bad because VHS 94, I thought was pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, you might have to remind me a little bit. So I know the Ratma one.
So
good.
So Ratma kicks us off.
Yeah, and okay, so it's so it's on VHS, which I think is cool. It would have been better
except for the funeral home one is not.
Oh yeah, I thought that was fine.
That's like mini DV, the Simon Barrett one.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? You know what would have been a better wraparound? Would have been like Creep Tales, where it's just literal ghouls watching the movies. I think people would way more appreciate that in like current day, where it's like, yeah, the videos themselves are like spooky, but like the guys watching them are just like mummies and like skeletons. Okay, so anyways, we have a reporter. She's kind of low on the totem pole, or not low, but she gets sent to a lot of shit jobs. She's like, I want to really make a name for myself.
You got to go cover you got to cover Ratman.
You got to cover Ratman. There's new reports of a Ratman living in the sewers, and she's like, come on, that's not real. And they're like, no, you got to go cover Ratman. A lot of people downtown are not feeling good about this. There's homeless people everywhere talking about Ratman. Just get in there, see what's up. And she's like, all right. So her and her cameraman go down there, and they're at like the opening of the sewers. And they see some motion inside, and they're like, oh, is there a person in there? So they walk in there to see. Oh, I forgot to mention, where it starts out with is on the street interviews with people. It's like, do you believe in Ratman? And it would be people, it's like, nah, I don't believe in Ratman. And another person's like, nah, I don't believe in Ratman. That's ridiculous. And then one guy is like, you bet your sweet ass I believe in Ratman. He's like, maybe that's God's punishment coming down on people. And you go, okay. You're like, I see what's going on here. So anyways, they see motion in the tunnel, and then they go in there. They see some shantytown style tents. they see some like dirty men cowering in places, and they're like, "Are you Rat Man?" And they're like, and the guy will be like, "Rat Ma, Rat Ma." And then there's a series of fast people moving fast, and the camera crew is brought to a ceremonial kind of hub, and there's some sort of tribal sacrifice being done for Ratma. And Ratma comes, Jared.
Well, you forgot about the like weird homeless guy they found that's like covered in black. Or
I brought him up,
but like his like I don't know, because at first you're like, is that the Rat Man?
Well, they ask him, they're like, "Are you Ratman?"
But yeah, but like, because they're like, but he's like, oh, because like first you're like, oh, it's like a rat guy because he's covered in darkness. But then as they kind of change the angle, you're like, oh wait, no, it's just a guy. He's not like he's not like a circus performer named Ratman, like Nightcrawler. Because that's what I was thinking. I'm like, is this like a Nightcrawler?
Yeah,
and it's like,
I gotcha.
Yeah. And then like, no, then they go further. But then there's like some lumbering people that knock him out.
Yes, yeah. So then they get taken over, and then they go, and then Ratma does come, and I gotta say, the design of Ratma, I think, is something to cherish. I loved it. I was just like, oh, I was like, I dig the way Ratma looks. Real good, real strong, and it's got kind of like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated '80s show vibe, where it's like, remember when they did the Alien spinoff? Where they ripped off the alien xenomorphs, and they were in the sewer, but they were on the meatballs on the pizza, and then they would grow. That's what this reminded me of, because it was kind of like alien heads, but then like the spewing of like poison things to cleanse the unbelievers, and then the eventual return of this woman, and then her broadcasting, and all of the Ratma stuff. I thought Ratma was real good. That's the lead off, which I actually think is one of the strongest of the short stories here. So I was kind of like, it's good to start with the strong one, but after that one, I was kind of like, I don't know if any of them actually hit those levels as much as Ratma does.
And then you have the Steven Kosnansky with his Astron 6 Antics, which is just like literally a vegetable masher at commercial, and that's it.
Yeah, he
gets an entire credit for that. It's like, huh?
Yeah,
curious.
Yes, I forgot that even happened. So there was that, and then it was the funeral home one.
Yeah, that's the Simon Barrett.
And the funeral home one is fine.
It's got some good monster, like zombie, headless zombie antics, and then that's it. That's about all.
And that was fine. And then is the next one the vampire?
That's the last one.
Okay, what's the one in between there?
That would be it's that good. It's the Chloe
I don't
remember. What does she direct? Because the last one's Ryan Prowse. That's the one with the it's like blood on the snow. White sovereign citizens that
which
have captured.
I kind of liked too. I thought that one was.
I loved how that when the vampire gets released and he's just blasting through people like butter through or knife through butter and just like because it's just like effortless, just like, oh, your face is gone, and you're like, oh, it's like it's so fast. You're like, man, you're not gonna do anything. It's like that thing gets out, we're fucking dead. It's invincible.
I really liked the setup to that. I was like, I love seeing these dudes.
Oh, the one we're forgetting
preppers.
about. I mean, the big thing. It's the Timo Tashonto one, the Indonesian horror with the mad scientist.
Oh, yeah. I thought that one was fine.
CGI fire.
Yeah, CGI fire. I didn't dislike it. I was like, I like the idea of it, but I don't know. There's something not quite there for me with that one. Like I thought it was. I really liked the idea, but for some reason I just wasn't super into it. I don't know. I forgot about it, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of just there.
Yeah. Okay, so there was that one, which was fine, and then the vampire one's awesome because I like the setup, and then
it's a bit drawn out.
I like the look of him. Yeah, it's a little longer than it needs to be, but I do like the look of the vampire. Like it's kind of like Blade 2 style, where the jawline opens up, which I love. But yeah, that one was good. The Indonesian one's okay. I do like the idea of this tortured hell of being trapped inside of like robotics and things like that. But
and then there's like raid stuff happening.
yeah, and like the wraparound is useless. Like
it just keeps going
at
afterwards.
all.
Oh, and the wraparound's just dumb. It's like, we're torture girls. We wear white. We're making snuff films.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to it like almost at all. And I was like, I don't care. I just want the ghouls from Creep Tales. That's all I want.
No.
But other than that though, like I thought VHS 94 was pretty good. I was like, yeah, this is good.
Not bad, not bad.
I was like, I'm on board with this.
Let's see here. So I did some rewatches. Messiah of
Yes,
Evil.
you did.
Messiah of Evil. It
pretty
holds
good.
up. Night of the Living Dead. Superb.
Pretty good.
The Night Stalker, which I have not seen in
That's again, the Columbo film, right?
Yes, yeah, Columbo-esque for like 16 years. Yeah, it doesn't hold up. It's got some. It's okay in a 70s TV show kind of way, but there's some questionable makeup and wigs happening with that vampire. Pretty lame. And Insidious, because the plan is to watch the rest of the Insidious films. Finally.
You should, and tell me if they're any good. I've seen 2.
I've only seen the first one, and that was a long time ago. And the greatest scene in that movie still holds up, like real good.
Yeah. Is that the by the table one? Where
it's so fucking.
It's like right there. Oh,
with the magnifying glass and listening to Tiny Tim. Yeah, that's still amazing. But the movie looks like shit. It's like the color grading in it is really bad. It's like kind of shocking. Watch some short films. Dawn of the Deaf, which is
that doesn't sound good.
Well, it's all about a bunch of deaf characters. There's a little bit of that obscure object of my desire action where I'm like, wait a minute, these are 2 different people. Because like at one point I was like, why am I like? Are they doing some time jumps with this character? I'm like, oh wait, no, they're just like brunette girls that look like almost the same. And then, but one's going through like a breakup with her girlfriend, and the other one is being molested by her dad. Because we need that in our horror short film. And then a horrible sound pulse comes and blows everybody's brains apart, and then they come back as zombies, and now only deaf people are around to do anything about it. And it just ends right there. And that's the end. You're like, well, that's not really like it's like this is like a teaser for a movie. Weird. Then there's another short, another one of those ultra shorts, Winston, which is animated. That's like feels like a real like Jeff Lemire nothing story. It'd be a Jeff Lemire short story that you never think about ever again.
Is it about fathers and sons?
It's about a neighbor. It's about neighbors.
Is he a father figure?
No.
Oh.
But it kind of looks like a Jeff Lemire comic. Just looking at the movie poster right now.
I might follow.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the title of that one?
It is called Winston from 2017.
Oh, okay. I went up on yours and then I had to come back.
But you got to bring it back down.
I thought you were moving up and now you came back down.
Well, I'm bouncing around a little bit. So I'm going to get through these short films just to mention them. Friday, Fry Day, is kind of like real horror, like real human horror.
Bundy?
It's got the Bundy poster. It's a period piece set the day of Ted Bundy's execution. It's about a girl hanging outside taking Polaroids of people for $2. She's kind of like a high school girl documenting it, and then a scummy dude from her school kind of drags her along with some friends, and it's about the horrible world of men. RJ.
Well,
it's really well made.
We're pretty bad, dude.
We're pretty bad. We make podcasts too.
Yeah, we're not. Well, I mean, that's the worst thing that we do. But yeah, we're pretty bad.
Yeah, but it's like actually very well made. I think it's pretty good. Not horror in the way people would want, maybe, but
that's okay.
Real grim, kind of like, oh yeah, life's terrible. People are bad. And then I watched this one called Lenoria from 2018. This has got some of that GDT vibes. It looks awful. I absolutely hate the look of this animation. It has a bunch of like Phyrexian monsters that are like the best part of it. But like this little CGI kid, its eyes are just like hideous. I fucking like was watching this and I was like, oh, why would you want anything to look this bad? But yeah, it has a bare suggestion of a story. It's so cloying. I really didn't like this thing one bit.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Well, I'll do a movie here, and then I'll let you maybe wrap up yours. We'll see wherever I end up. Harvest Lake. So this is a film from the director of.
Oh, I see.
Scott Shermer. He directed this. He also directed the movie called Found that I'm a fan of.
Okay.
This is like
I think I remember that one.
Yeah, it's like a pretty rough movie to watch. I think it's really interesting. Like this guy's like these are like very independent movies. A little rough around the edges at times, but so I just saw that Harvest Lake was on Tubi and I was like, "Hey, I'm going to watch Harvest Lake because I think I just saw someone watched Found finally and they also really liked it too." I'm like, "Well, shit, maybe I should give Harvest Lake a shot." And this is a Jarrett picture in the sense of it's got some softcore elements to it. There's some bumping and grinding. No actual penetration, RJ. But
I appreciate that.
This is a bunch of people that look like they all hang out at the Slice, which is something.
Yes.
So it's lots of tattoos, dyed black hair.
One of the worst public bathrooms I have ever been to in my entire life. Yeah. One of the worst.
So this movie opens up with this ambiguous note with this couple just rutting in the woods, and then they drink some water fluid, and then they kind of walk into the lake. And it's all dreamy and kind of hazy and strange. You're like, huh, what's this all about? And then we cut to 4 friends. 2's a couple, 1's a friend of the couple, and there's a mutual gay friend of theirs that they're all going to go hang out for the boyfriend's birthday. Oh, by the lake there, bud.
Right by the lake?
Right up there by the lake.
Oh, yeah, right by the lake.
So they drive up. They see some dude that the girlfriend kind of runs over to and talks to, and then she comes back, and you don't think anything of it. These guys go in like this, it's just like palling around, chatting people, and then they go to the shore side of the lake, and they're hanging out, and there's some like weird like sexual energy going on here. People are being a little like loose with their inhibitions, and there's like you're just kind of like, huh? That's what's up with this? What's going on with this lake? Why are people getting so sexy by this lake? So
that's a good point.
This couple goes off, maybe to be alone, but they kind of actually wind up wandering off on their own, separate from one another. The one guy left there, he starts to pleasure himself by the shore, and the friend of the couple, she gets up and she walks into the lake and she begins to pleasure herself. And then, RJ, while doing so, we cut to a underwater like reptile eye that opens and looks up, and it's like, what's this? And then a tentacle goes up. And you're like, what's all this about? And then she gets pulled under the water. Nobody knows this. And then this guy kind of like, the one guy jerking off by the shoreline, he kind of wakes up and sees that nobody's around. He goes looking for everyone. The couple that kind of had split off, they're kind of in a weird kind of haze, wandering through the woods. And each of them come across some form of fungal vegetation. One is very phallic and expulsing out this like white creamy shit, and it's kind of like coming in and out. And it's like, what the fuck is this? And then the other guy, he comes across this like opening of mushrooms that's just undulating, very yeah. And they get closer and closer. They're being brought in by something, and they're about to taste it, but then something kind of like interrupts them from doing it. Something pulls them away from it. And then they're like, oh, cool. And then they see that their friend who went into the water, she's back. And she's like, oh, hey, guys. And they go off back to the cabin. And then we see this shot of the blonde girl, the friend, her body just kind of like floating in the water. and you're like, oh, is this like a dream-like moment? Well, we'll find out. There's some campfire chat. The one guy that they were talking to earlier, he shows up, and then they play some Truth and Dare. You know, the way that 20-something-year-olds do. And then, of course, it turns out, oh, he's a gay man, too, and he's ready to rock this dude's world. And so they all partner off, and there's all this partnering off and banging in the woods. And then, of course, the girl, for her boyfriend's birthday, she's like, I'm going to give you what every man wants, RJ, a threesome. And so it's like, well, good time. This is like an RJ movie, really. At the end of the day, I got it wrong. Like big,
questionable,
big RJ movie. So they start this threesome. It starts to get underway, but fairly soon into it, something's a little wrong. What's wrong, you ask? Well, there's a tentacle coming out of the blonde girl's mouth going into the other girl's mouth, and then there's another tentacle coming from somewhere that's kind of making its way toward this guy, because of course these people foolishly dropped some or took some LSD with their sugar cubes, and they're like, what's going on? And then he's like kind of in a haze, and he sees for a moment this one-eyed plant creature monster tentacle thing, like that's like taken over who's just replaced this girl, because it's like an invasion of the body snatchers. I'm like, so I've been wondering, like, is this plant-based horror? It could be, but I'm not sure. It becomes uncertain.
I mean, if it's fungal, fungi aren't plants.
Correct.
They're their own separate thing.
'cause
So it could be fungi horror.
I mean, I have been keeping track of that too, like
fungi horror?
Fungicide, if you remember.
Okay, yeah, I remember fungicide.
Matongo.
I remember the movie Fungicide, but yeah, interesting.
So
okay,
finish up. So I'll finish. So it's basically everyone starts getting brought into this thing. The two guys who go out to the tent, they're fine. And then the one guy gets up and he leaves. And then our protagonist, I guess, the only one left of the group, he wakes up and he goes looking for everybody. And then eventually comes across his one night stand, and he's being orgied up by his two friends just standing there in the woods, and they're like putting like white shit in his mouth, and he's like, what the fuck's going on? He starts running away, and eventually there's like, again, more like weird, like it's like a pear hanging off a tree, and it's just like a nipple, and it's just lactating and moaning. It's that kind of movie. And then it all winds up with everybody's on the same page. Everybody's now part of this experience, and they all go by the lakeside, and the one girl kind of just disappears under the water. And then we don't know what happens really after that, but there's this thing where all the characters are now in this like dark space, and they're all standing around this like fleshy table mass in the middle of the room, and they just start fucking it, and they start becoming one, and they just merge in this like blood. First it's like this like Vaseline that they're rubbing up against, and then it starts turning black, and they're rubbing and rubbing and rubbing, and the music just keeps building and building, and there's this one-eyed thing that they're all in worship of, and they've all come together, and that's it. That's the movie. It is like quite the film. Quite the film. It was not at all what I was expecting. Not much like it. Not much like it at all. But I think it nails the Lovecraftian better than pretty well everything in a lot of ways, in a true sense, because it's like it makes you feel icky, and it doesn't explain shit. You're just like, no, like, well, what was it really there for? How did it get there? Why is it there? Why is it doing those things? And it can be whatever you want. You can think of it and bring what you want to the table in terms of explanation.
Okay.
Very, very curious movie. I liked it.
So
check it out.
I like the Lovecraft stuff you've talked about, because I feel like Lovecraft isn't always great, even just Lovecraft himself, but I feel like interpretations of it can be very good. But I'm a little bit lost on all these
things you were talking about, these phallic things and these other things.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, I don't know about that, Jer.
Well, it's available on Tubi. It's great. 11 p.m. at night while the wife's asleep viewing.
Do you think this movie will not?
This movie will not. Its intention is not to turn one on. I don't think. I will say that. So that's why it's like, is this pornographic? It's. I don't know.
I mean, I've seen some highly pornographic films this month. Highly pornographic.
Highly. Which might be even the next movie you talk about. Do you want me? Are you going to watch Gretel and Hansel?
I am.
Okay,
yeah.
so we'll talk about it then.
I was trying to watch it yesterday, but I broke my oven, so I couldn't.
But
yeah, I will watch it.
Okay, we'll talk about that one when you get a chance to watch some of the new Oz.
New Oz. I'll get it done this month for sure.
Okay, cool. Another Evil. If you're into super low budget indie horror / not horror at all action.
Who isn't?
Yeah, this movie I put into my sad bastard list.
Just because it fits, or
yeah, the main character, well, the whatever you want to call it, the antagonist, Oswald, a straight up ghost assassin. He's exactly the type of guy who would call himself a ghost hunter from Creepsville.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of leather, cowboy hats, but he's just like this chubby white guy with glasses with a beard talking about his divorce. But he's kind of your guy. He's kind of a dude you'd like, because apparently his wife is leaving him because he just couldn't stop getting cats.
I'm not sure how to take that.
And there's some very Catholic, very obsessed with the devil.
I like that.
This movie tonally is all over the place. I enjoyed watching it, but yeah, I don't know. This poster is so misleading. It makes no sense. None. For another Evil from 2016.
Let me see the poster here.
It's like this, like,
so you
indie
got
cartooning.
like a head spitting out guts.
Yeah, absolutely. That is not how you should sell this movie.
Oh
no.
Yeah, well, posters are free.
This kind of reminds me of like more like what's his name? Like the Baghead Creep. It's like super. It's like it is mumblecore more than anything else.
I gotcha. That's could be good, but probably not.
I don't know. I it's not good enough for me to be like, you should definitely check this out. It's got some like things you might smirk at. But other than that, there is ghosts. It's very matter of factly handled.
I like ghosts.
There's the guy Dan Bakkendahl, who's like been in like tons of movies and TV shows and stuff like that. He shows up here. He's got very reflective pants. He's like the nice exorcist who suggests that you just Beetlejuice it.
How reflective were his pants?
Very reflective.
Okay.
Very.
Yep. Makes sense.
No. But they ignore him.
Okay. They ignore how reflective his pants are, or they just ignore his advice?
His advice. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. Tell me about Killer Sofa.
I can tell you about Killer Sofa. Are you gonna finish up today, or are you gonna save some for next week?
I'll save some for next week. Well, I got 50 we could stop at, and then it only leaves like one movie, I guess. But
well, until next week. But you can talk about Creeps next week too, and I'll just save mine.
Sure.
Killer Sofa, Jarrett pick, highly pornographic. This film. So here's the thing. This movie is cute, super cute.
No.
That's the most adorable looking chair I've ever seen.
Was that those little button eyes?
His little button eyes. It is, and I gotta say, that is just great design.
Mm-hmm.
I think
I told you.
It is great.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one of the things that I thought about watching this movie was that there's a disconnect in common terminology. You know, sofa, chair, recliner, couch.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think over here we call couches sofas, but I've never called a chair a sofa. I would call this a chair.
Yeah.
I would call it killer chair, but I guess that doesn't sound as good. Yeah, okay, so this is a good show. It's about a possessed chair.
A Dybbuk.
A Dybbuk, yeah. I do like the explanation of the possession and where it kind of leads. I thought they handled that well. It's pretty good, actually. Like, it does sound shitty. When you say Killer Sofa, you go,
Wow, it could be a good comedy, but this movie is played pretty fucking straight.
It's played straight. There's a couple one-off jokes, but it's definitely not a comedy.
Well, it opens up with a really cool this dance sequence with this like really nice music, and I'm like, what am I about to watch? Like, this is not what the Canadian Killer Sofa movie would be.
No, this is New Zealand Killer Sofa.
Yeah.
So you got to watch out for them Kiwis. It's got it's got a lot of nice stuff in there. Like the interactions between some of the people are really good. I do like just the filming and the presentation of the chair itself. I think is really well done. Where it's like you're focusing on the right stuff. You're doing this right. What was I gonna say? There's some funny stuff in here. Here's an actual quote. Text message. Please come to police station ASAP. Signed, Inspector Gravy. Mm-hmm. And I went, that sounds ridiculous, but I'm on board with it. There is some... what else happened in this thing? There's some weird stuff, like a character lights a match and then blows it out and then puts the match in the drawer. And I thought that was strange. I thought it was strange that they would put the match in the drawer. Do you agree, Jarrett? Even blown out, I was like, what if it recatches?
Well, exactly.
What if it wasn't blown out all the way?
Well, that's scary.
That is scary. It's got like a lot of the actors aren't great, but like you don't really mind when you watch this thing. You're kind of just like, that's fine. The scenes where the chair is doing things are pretty well done. They don't overplay it too much, which I think is good. There's a couple scenes where they go for it, but it's nothing crazy. Mm-hmm. And no, I don't know. It actually is. It's pretty good. I like the sofa, the chair. I think he looks good. It's like, I like the way this guy looks. I like him. So it's one of those ones where I think you were trying to sell this a while ago and you're like, it's pretty good. And I was like, is it? Mm-hmm. Is it pretty good? But it is. It's worth a watch, because I remember I think I watched the first 5 minutes and I was like, all right. I was like, what is this about here? And then I think about a half an hour in, like there's some nice filmmaking at display here. Fine artisanal filmmaking.
It's surprisingly violent.
It is, yeah, surprisingly violent, and it looks pretty good. So I was like, yeah, I like how they're showing this thing. It's nice. It's good stuff. But I don't know if you remember anything from it, but
I just remember the Hitchcockian elements.
Yeah. The ticking bomb that the audience sees, but not the people in there. No. I see.
With those eyes.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Like a doll's eyes.
Honestly, it is, a doll's eyes. It is perfect design. Like, it looks really good. What's that thing? Like paradophobia or paradophilia or something, where you see faces and things, where it's like you see human faces and stuff. We actually did that really well too, where it's not just the chair itself, but other things were given kind of like human face characteristics, where they just have that alignment, 2 dots and then something kind of long underneath, where it's like, yeah, that looks like a smile. It was well done in that sense.
Okay,
it's a good show.
Excellent.
That's what I'm saying.
Are you gonna watch Psycho Gorman?
I am.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I will.
I'll save that one too. Yeah. Are you going to watch Rebecca McKendry's Separation? That's a no. So this is 6 minutes long and on Shudder.
Why did you watch?
Because I have to know, RJ. I have to know. So anyway, I'm like, I'll watch this short film. Why not? Give it a shot. It's only 6 minutes. I never knew that cough acting was so difficult. This is definitely on the bottom of divorce horror cinema.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
Was it her divorce?
No, not yet.
I don't care.
This is about someone's idea of it and being like, wouldn't that be fucked up? And...
Wouldn't it be? It's a total trip. Isn't it fucked up? It's batshit.
Oh dear, it is.
Yeah, it's batshit.
It's batshit. So anyway, yeah, don't watch this, or do.
I'm getting conflicting messages here. Do you want me to watch this, or do you not want me to watch this?
I would love you to watch this.
I'm not going to watch it.
I know.
I'm not watching any Rebecca McKendry based things.
Okay.
And it's nothing against her. She seems like a fine person, but she does not make good movies, and that is just the stone cold.
Well, this one's only 6 minutes. Maybe you could watch.
I'm still not going to.
You could watch that Hallmark movie thing of hers.
She made a Hallmark movie?
Yeah. It's like a thriller.
Also not good.
What's it called here? It is called Psycho Granny.
No.
No?
I've seen that. It's called Mom. I watched it last year, and it was incredible. And nothing's going to top that. Okay?
Okay. All right.
It's a Christmas movie, though, so don't watch it right now. Save it for Christmas, is what I would recommend.
Excellent. Well, you know what, RJ? I'm going to say let's stop right there.
Okay.
We got 2 movies to hold on to, and I'll let Saint Maud sit in my brain for another couple weeks.
See if it gets better.
Yeah, better. And you can find out all about why you shouldn't watch The Collector.
I will. I mean, you can talk about it during our normal creep next week, because I won't talk about anything.
Oh yeah.
And you can just talk about other movies. But you got what, like 3 left? 2, 3?
Actual movies. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, the ones that I'm
4.
going to watch. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 movies that you should just watch and go from there. And I'll watch probably another like 60 between now and 2 weeks.
I'll get there.
That's that, folks. That's like, I don't even know how long that's been. It's been 4 hours for us.
Quite a bit.
But quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad, like in terms of us, but it's fine.
All holes filled.
What?
Next week, we finish up the Samurai 60s swordplay collection. No one cares. It's like one of the least listened to episodes on YouTube in a long time.
The samurai stuff?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Nobody cares. Do you?
No.
Well, exciting stuff. We're teasing with big things, big friends,
Big
and
things.
even bigger laughs.
Yeah, but watch, what is it? Samurai Spy and Kill? From years? The 60s? Japanese?
Yes.
It'll be great. Next week, we're back on track, baby. We're not going anywhere for a long time. For a long time.
Oh. Well.
Creep it real.
Some might say.
Stay in school. Ghoul School.
Ooh. Interesting.
Do you have a Ghoul School rap yet for us, RJ?
Ghoul School. Ghoul School. Where you go and you watch the movies. Ghoul School. It's pretty cool. That's it.